I'd like to welcome the executive director and the one responsible for bringing this convention to Dearborn and bringing it home, Abed Ayoub from ADC National.
Good morning. I said it last night, I'll say it again. It's good to be home, and it's good to have the National Arabic Convention where it belongs here at home in Dearborn. You're going to hear a lot from me this weekend, and we have a lot of great speakers lined up. I just want to, for 2 quick minutes, let you know what our expectations are, what we're hoping to achieve. And we know this is happening with the backdrop of an ongoing genocide and an election. And we, as an Arab American community, want our voice heard, and we're at a critical moment where, you have two parties that are not really, doing all they can to stop a genocide, doing what they can to further a genocide. Even though our voices are strong, they are not being heard. So the decisions need to be made, the conversations need to be had, and the organizing needs to be done. How do we move forward? What is our role when it comes to elections? What's our role after November? How do we mobilize? How do we strategize? And how do we keep coming together? And we're not going to agree on every single issue throughout the weekend. There's going to be some disagreements. But at the end, I think at the end, we all have the same goal, and that's seeing an end to the genocide and an empowerment of our community. And it's important we do that now. It is important that this happens here in Dearborn, because I can tell you, for being in DC for over 15 years, a lot of people are trying to speak on this city's behalf and on our community's behalf. But the real conversations we know and the real activity we know are happening in cities like Dearborn and other Arab American strongholds across the country. And it's important we bring all of you together from these cities here in this city, my hometown, my favorite city, as the mayor calls it, the greatest city in America, and I truly, genuinely believe that. So, we hope you have a good time. We hope you enjoy it, you learn, you network, you connect, and you go back home and you continue strategizing and working towards our common goal and common cause. So thank you all on behalf of ADC, our staff, our board, our volunteers, and our network. I truly thank you for being out here. Thank you for traveling to Michigan, for those of you that came in, and enjoy your weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, Abed. Our next speaker doesn't really need an introduction. He is probably one of the most dynamic young professionals and leaders in American society that you will see, and he has done an absolutely phenomenal job here in the city of Dearborn. Aside from knowing him most of his life and his extraordinary family who did a wonderful job raising him, I have to say he is in turn doing the same for his own children. And it's been beautiful to see how Mayor Hammoud has taken all of the goodness that was instilled in him and put it forth into our community, and touching the lives of each and every person that not only lives in the city of Dearborn, but in the surrounding areas and those he touches as he continues his work that reaches thousands, hundreds of thousands across the nation. So please help me in welcoming our great mayor of the city of Dearborn, Abdullah Hammoud.
I'm here to disappoint you all. Okay. Good morning, wassalamu alaikum. It's great to be with you all. And what I'll say, Abed is not only the greatest city in America, but the greatest American city. Where often folks want to call us the melting pot, and I immediately say we're anything but the melting pot. We're the salad bowl, where you hold on to your culture, to your roots, to what makes you so special. And here in Dearborn, what makes us so unique and so beautifully American is that you can speak your language, pray in the direction in which you pray, and be who you are. And we happen to be living amongst one another so harmoniously, and that's what makes us the most beautiful American city there is. Friends, welcome home. Welcome home, ArabCon. Welcome home to the ADC. Thank you for choosing Dearborn as the home for this very Arab American convention. And I'm glad to announce that it will be here again next year. If you haven't made that decision 100%, I just put you on notice. Those who truly know Dearborn understand that it's more than just the largest concentration of Arab Americans. It is where Arab America comes home. It is where our voices are truly heard and our biggest dreams are realized. At this convention in this city, we know that when someone says, quote, "You're like a Palestinian," We know that it's not a slur. Rather, it's an indication of your resilience. In Dearborn, this is where you proudly step to the podium and you declare that not only dammi Falastini, but qalbi Libnani wa asli Yemeni. In Dearborn, there is no debate on whether an Arab American or Palestinian American will grace the stage. Rather, the debate is for how long and how many. They offered me 10 minutes when I only asked for 5. That's the difference with this convention. That one's gonna get me in trouble. In Dearborn, our values and our morals are universal. Where we care about the policy fueling the genocide in Gaza as much as we care about bringing forward universal health care. Where we care about Lebanon as much as we care about ensuring a green future for our children and our grandchildren. Where we care about what's unfolding in Yemen as much as we care about centering worker and union rights. That is Dearborn, where our values and our morals are universal. And when people ask why do we care in this regard? Why do we care so much? The answer is simple. Because for the residents of this city, we never have to wonder what it is like to live under occupation or apartheid or to flee from war. We bear the scars, physically, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. We know what it is like to have IDF boots stomped on our faces. We know what it's like to have pulled our grandmothers from under the rubble of apartment buildings bombed by IDF fighter jets. We know what it is like, and we still have the booklets in which IDF soldiers had to stamp granting us the freedom to move about freely in our own ancestral villages. Dearborn never wonders what it is like overseas, because for many of us, we were able to escape those realities, and now we watch in horror and direct conversation and communication with our family and friends overseas as they suffer each and every single day. This is why this community is so strongly united in the pursuit of justice, be it locally or globally. This is why in Dearborn, as we have shown the world most recently, this is the place where community comes first, and where the people have the gall and the backbone to say people over party, and damn it, people over president. I know much of the conversation this weekend will surround an election that is just a few short weeks away, and we will debate vigorously on the direction in which we should take. Debates will brew and thoughts will differ, and I'm here to say that all of it should be welcomed. Regardless of how you feel, how our families have been impacted by what has been unfolding, I know one thing is for certain, that the world is watching. When Niraj shows up with his camera, you know, he's going to tweet what's happening right now at the ADC convention. We have to be certain that regardless of how we vote, we must be certain that we do advocate for the vote, first and foremost. We must understand that we all have responsibilities when we go back home, when we go back to our families and friends, because I imagine that the many of you here, you are the individuals in which your family and friends lean on. And if it's one thing for certain that we must do is demonstrate the power of the vote of this community. It might not be strong enough to determine who the next president is, but I know it is variable enough to determine who will assume the position in the highest office in the globe. And so we have a responsibility not only upon ourselves, but upon our families, but upon this country to ensure that we register our votes and make sure that those voices are heard. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
I have to say, as someone who probably attends conferences and lectures regularly, not many people can move me to tears the way that Mayor Hammoud can. We are so proud to live in this city and to witness your growth and everything that you are doing to make this city a better place. Thank you for all that you do. And I'd like to welcome his Chief of Staff, Zainab Hussein. She is brilliant and does an extraordinary amount of work to keep Mayor Hammoud and the entire team where they need to be, which is why she's probably going to have words for me later that we were running so behind. But on to the next. I would like to welcome our first panel session, the opening plenary, and please, we extend our apologies, and so does Dr. Hatem Bazian. He is actually very ill and couldn't make it. to the conference. So we're sending our well wishes for a speedy recovery to him. Though I would like to welcome Dr. Rabab Abdulhadi, who is an extraordinary role model, someone I have followed, an amazing activist and advocate and educator. She has done a tremendous amount of work, and you are going to hear just how fabulous she is. Along with my brother and lifelong friend Khaled Beydoun, who continues to uplift and speak out for the voiceless and ensure that their stories are being told. Moderating this session will be Executive Director Abed Ayoub of ADC National. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you all. Thank you again, and I'm hoping we have a good conversation. You should have outside. You should have received the QR code that has the full. If you scan it, it has the full program and bios of our speakers. And I'm delighted to be up here with two, very, very influential, very thought-provoking, and very, very dear friends, Dr. Rabab Abdulhadi, Dr. Khaled Beydoun, or Professor Khaled Beydoun. I upgraded you, but I'm hoping we have a frank conversation on where we are currently as a community, the issues we're facing that are not that are related to the genocide, but that are also impacting us here at home. A number of issues that are not necessarily on the ballot explicitly, but they're there, and whoever comes into office next, and depending on how we organize or what steps we take, these issues will have an impact on our lives for many years. So I'm going to just start off and hope we have a good conversation with a very top-line question of, where are we? What's next? What do you foresee for this community right now in this moment? So, Dr. Rabab.
Okay. First of all, thank you so much, and congratulations for the American Arab Anti-Discrimination Committee. Congratulations for Dearborn. It's really amazing to be here in Dearborn. I want to stress that we are convening on stolen indigenous people's land here. This is not the land of the free and the home of the brave. It belongs to people whose land has been stolen, colonized, just like the Palestinian land that has been colonized by settler colonialism. Secondly, I want to start by also honoring the people who have fallen in Palestine and all over the world, and also ask for healing for the many injured and the restoration of the homes and houses and the end to colonialism and genocide in Gaza and withdrawal of all Israeli occupation and the right of return to all Palestinians. And I'm sure that you both agree with me. So I think I'm speaking for everybody. So it's very important to say that this is something that the basis for us, and to also demand an end to all U.S. aid and intervention in our region, including to the Israeli administration, that we are not standing for that. Now, and I think it's really a historical moment that ADC comes to Dearborn. I think it's very important that ADC and Dearborn are coming together. This is true, as Mayor Hammoud said. It is true. This is for Palestine and Lebanon, and for Lebanon and Palestine. This is for Yemen. This is Arab. This is Arab land. And this is what it means to be Arab American and American Arab. I think it's very important, and as Khaled says, and I'm so going to say Khaled, and as I say, because I also worked at the Center for Arab American Studies at University of Michigan. I directed it for 2.5 years, and you also born and raised in this area. It has gone through many changes, but it also reminds us of the history of this area. This is a history that our people have contributed so much. It is where people worked in the factories and built unions. It where Arab workers worked with black workers and gone on strikes at the United Auto Workers. It's where our people worked with each other in many places, built schools. They started the Arab American University graduates. I think it's really important where people can actually, we can also think, and the young people can come with the elderly generations and pass on the archival knowledge and the history and be proud of all that we have done, that sometimes there are powers that try to erase that kind of history and make us forget and actually make us always apologize for any ills and make us feel embarrassed for things that have happened in our name. And the reason I'm saying that is because I also want to say that congratulations to the ADC that have really stood up to the challenge of what it means to represent our people at this time and age, when it needed to have Arab American true representation and stand up and say, this is what the Arab American community stands for. Strongly, proudly, a very strong, not only in terms of political sounds and political politics at this time, and say, no, we're not going to bow down. We're not going to say whatever the US government and the US policy tells us to say, whatever other people who are compromising are going to say. We're going to say what our community wants us to say, and we're going to lead our community. We're not going to be just waiting to do that, but also in the background, and I know that for true, for real, that in silence, students and faculty and everybody who's being attacked is getting help. Silently. This is not where actually you're getting the cameras. This is not where you're getting the support. This is behind the scenes. This is not where you're getting uploaded. Behind the scenes, you are getting support. I really want to give due where it's due. And this is really what a lot makes us, all of us, come here and join the ADC, because ADC also sort of also comes back to our roots with Senator James Abu Rizq, who was also of indigenous roots, who actually was one of the people who presented a very important bill in Congress that people even forget about, Indian children affairs, that became very important in the Supreme Court. And people forget about that because they only think about, whoa, what did the Arabs do here? What did the Arabs do there? As if we are a special case, an exceptional case. But we are part and parcel of the affairs that happen to all people of these lands as a struggle for justice. So I wanted to say that as an opening and pass it on to my brother, Khaled. And yeah.
Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. It's great to be here. First, I want to honor and commend the ADC and specifically Abed Ayoub for bringing this really important and timely conference to Dearborn. And, echoing what Mayor Hammoud said, the city is significant and symbolic in a range of ways. So having the conversations we'll have right now, but during the course of the weekend, I think there's no better place than Dearborn to have these conversations. Before I jump into the question, I really would like everybody to understand the importance of Dr. Rabab Abdulhadi and the work she's done for years. This is somebody who is, people like Dr. Abdulhadi is a reason why I do what I do today. I remember when I was young and the work you've done, Professor, and the way she stood up and spoke up for Palestine at a time when it was really dangerous to speak up for Palestine. If you guys think it's dangerous right now, let me tell you, it was far more dangerous, far more perilous in the 90s when people like Dr. Rabab was really standing on the front line, talking about the injustices, the inhuman perils that people in Palestine have to face. So I want you to really understand the magnitude of her joining us today. And again, she is somebody that we should not only commend and celebrate in our community, but fully understand that what we're going through right now, we're standing on the shoulders of giants like Dr. Rabab, who have been doing this work for a long time. So talking about where we are right now, today is the 342nd day of this genocide. 342 days of horror, of just complete mayhem, of vile human rights atrocities that we're seeing take place on a rolling basis every day on these black mirrors we carry in our hands, right? The first digital genocide, the most documented genocide in this world. Again, we're experiencing and now transitioning into a 12-month. Now, when I say the word genocide, I don't want you to understand that term in political denotations, right? That term is an objective legal term. Right? We're not calling it a genocide necessarily because we stand in solidarity with Palestine, even though we all do, right? This is a genocide because it meets the legal threshold of what a genocide means. And that is irrefutable, that is undebatable, that is affirmed and established by the facts at hand. I teach law for a living. That's what I do as my day job, right? There are two elements to genocide: genocidal intent, right, and genocidal action. We have all the evidence we need, right? In fact, an excess of evidence to establish indisputably that what we're seeing right now is a genocide. And I want you to state that term. I want you to echo that term. I want you to impose that term in every space, in every sector that you walk into. Especially political, especially as we transition into this electoral season when these candidates that we're voting for are too afraid to utter the term genocide. We watched this presidential debate a couple of nights ago between Dumb and Dumber, Vile and Viler, right? Talk about every single issue under the sun, right? What they were actually debating was who was going to kiss and brown-nose Israel more than the other. So I'm not here to tell you how to vote. That's not my job. I'm not a politician. But what I'm telling you to do is there is no more important issue than this genocide in Gaza. And they always tell you it's bad to be a single issue voter, right? You got to vote on other things. You got to vote on schools, taxes, the environment. I got 180,000 reasons, right? I don't go by those numbers that are published by these mainstream media outlets. You might have saw this journal article published by The Lancet in June that established that 186,000 people have been slain. That's the number that I go with. So I'm not a single issue voter. I'm a 186,000 voter, and that's who's going to move me to vote or not vote come November. Sorry if I'm worked up. This coffee's really strong.
No, thank you. Thank you, Khaled. Thank you, Dr. Rabab, and those passionate remarks. For some, genocide isn't a red line, like you were saying. I mean, what do you got to say to that? I mean, the red line issue, you see a lot of people wavering. You see a lot of conversations around this. What's your anticipation as we head not just into November, and Dr. Rabab, I mean, comparing it to what we've seen in the past, in the 90s, the attack on our rights, the attack on our ability to speak, to congregate. One of the reasons we picked Dearborn, not just because of its home, but we're comfortable enough knowing that the city of Dearborn is not going to cancel or shut down this venue or tell us to go home. These are the types of attacks we're seeing on silencing us. So what's those folks that are saying, well, genocide, we can move a little bit.
Well, I think I definitely agree with what Khaled was saying about the whole thing about we're not single issue. And also the genocide in Gaza is not an exceptional issue. And it should never be seen as only our issue. It's everybody's issue. Just like the Holocaust was everybody's issue, just like slavery is everybody's issue, just like South Africa was everybody's issue, Palestine is everybody's issue. So when people say that it is your issue, it should be everybody's issue. And anybody who cares about humanity and human rights should be caring about that. So we should always resist anybody who's telling us it is your issue, because anybody who says it is not everybody's issue, means they are complicit in genocide. That's on a simple political level. And we should never, ever be guilt-tripped into accepting that, and being guilt-tripped into saying, oh, we're going to let this country go, by actually letting go of holding people accountable for genocide. We're not the ones who brought this genocide. It is these consecutive governments again and again and again that have been funding and refunding and sending weapons in order to continue subsidizing Israel and allowing to do so. It's not, they're the ones who made it happen. They're the ones who need to stop it. That's one thing. Secondly, I think that we need, on an intellectual level and political level, not to keep only thinking that only every 4 years things change. And this is what the movement in the streets proved, that it is not every 4 years. Now, I'm not saying that we should ignore that in a few years, a few weeks, there will be elections. I'm saying that we work before the elections and after the elections. We do not work like some folks who all cast the vote in November and then go to sleep until the next 3.5 years, and then they wake up and they're, we need to start mobilizing. No, because anyway, first of all, not only because we need to be concerned about Palestine, we need to be concerned about the whole world. The whole world is going to fall apart if we don't continue working day in and day out. 3, that had it not been for the struggle of the Palestinian people first, and of the people who are in solidarity with the Palestinians second, Palestine would not have gotten on the agenda. And what was really important is that if you compare this period to the period of the movement against the Vietnam War in the 60s, there has never been a speedy response as what has happened now. And Vietnam War was a very, very big issue. Everybody who has participated or studied the war in Vietnam says that this has been so quickly. Of course, we shouldn't say, again, we're exceptional, because there is cumulative understanding and learning, and the role of the people in the past. And they learn, the people who suppress us learn, and we learn too. Everybody learns. But the fact that the younger people, with the involvement of the elders, with the passing on information, that's also, I work in social movement stuff as well in my academic time when I'm not organizing. So this is something that's really important to also understand. Nothing comes out of nowhere. So it's really important to also understand that the movement forced itself, the resilience and the resistance of the Palestinian people, the steadfastness, just like the Vietnamese people, has made it possible for the people here to kind of work, and not only here, all around the world, to go out in the street and say, we are in solidarity with you. And the resilience enables people to say, we are in solidarity, gives people hope, gives people resilience, gives people more lively, rejuvenation to continue. So that's really, really important to connect the two together. So it works with each other. Now, one of the problems that we do not have in the colonizing country, i.e. Israel, a movement to stop and say, bring the military back, because Israel is excessively settler colonial regime that is so difficult to change, and there is so many other things we don't have time to go through now. But it's very difficult to do that. But we have an international movement that's pushing that and pushing itself on the US elections. We have not, since in 1988, there was a Democratic National Convention. I was there in Atlanta. And I would say, and I'm going to say that the Rainbow Coalition and Jesse Jackson were actually pushing for the Palestinian plan. And there was a possibility to talk about the Palestinian plan. 93% of the delegates would have supported the Palestinian plan. Unfortunately, some of our Arab leaders at the time thought that they might get appointed in the Mondale delegation, and so they basically prevented the vote to go to the floor. This time, Arab Americans and Muslim Americans and Palestinian Americans are refusing to play the game and saying, we're not going to be bought in order for us to get the crumbs of the table. And people who were uncommitted, especially Michigan made a big difference in the primaries, now are saying, uncommitted is not enough for us. We are not happy to have a little panel in a place where there are no lights and nobody is attending. That's not good enough. You guys go and clean up your act. When you clean up your act, don't come to us for fundraising, and Dearborn made that happen. And I think this is really important for us to show exactly where we stand, and we continue organizing before and after. We continue standing up, and things will change. I've been organizing for a very long time. I've seen things change. I've seen us going and standing maybe 2-3 people in front of the Israeli embassy at the United Nations. I've also seen people not responding to the anti-apartheid movement. That changed. Things do change. Do not lose hope. Believe in our people. Believe in our people in Palestine. Believe in our people in Lebanon. Believe in our people in Yemen. Believe in our people all over South Africa, how they're fighting on behalf of Palestine. The whole world is joining South Africa, and Israel is becoming so isolated. They have the weapons. They are bullies. They are bullies, and they are defeated bullies. That's why they are trying to be so vicious and so vindictive. This is what they are doing. We just have to not lose hope and not become defeated, because if we become defeated, our people who are steadfast will become defeated.
The question, the example Dr. Rabab gave of 1988 is something I think we talked about, and a lot of parallels to what we're seeing now, if you want to touch on that. And two, the legal channel, like how severe are these issues that we are facing, from the firings to the silencing, from your perspective as a law professor?
Look, I think what we're facing across the country right now with regard to not only real-time censorship, but also, this rising, political dragnet and zeitgeist coming from, Zionist, pro-Israeli elements, but also pro-status quo, and also, if you want to take it another layer, how diversity, equity, and inclusion has been leveraged specifically by Zionists on the left to silence pro-Palestine voices, not only across college campuses, universities, communities, but also in corporate and employment contexts as well. Let me tell you, so weeks after the genocide took place, on my campus at Arizona State University, I had 12 students who were let go of their summer jobs, internships, and jobs that they had earned after graduation because they were nominally vocal on Palestine. These were by no stretch, six or seven of them, I wouldn't even classify as activists. They were retweeting or sharing posts from other activists, which demonstrates two things, right? The first thing it demonstrates, and it echoes what Dr. Abdulhadi just said, it's an admission of surrender and failure and desperation on the part of the Zionists that you have to disproportionately police voices that are not even that emphatic, that wouldn't even classify themselves as activists, right? Censorship and suppression of speech is typically most oppressive during moments of great desperation, right? If you don't, there's great works of fiction. I'm sure you've heard of George Orwell's 1984, right? And many of you probably read that book, and there are really stark and compelling sort of parallels with what Orwell writes about in his books with what's happening right now in real time on the ground across college campuses, but also what's happening politically, I think. You guys see this through the political rhetoric coming from, we know what the right's going to say. We know what Trump's going to say. We know what evangelicals coming from the right wing are going to say. But to be frank with you, I'm far more suspicious, and I'm far more threatened by what the left is saying, right? Because on one end, there's and I want you to focus in on the juxtaposition, right? For me, one of the strangest things I've watched in a long time was the DNC. Because every other second they were talking about inclusion. Every other second they were talking about diversity. Every other second they were talking about civil rights and racial justice and social justice. But this colossal shadow of Gaza was looming in the midst that nobody was talking about. How can you, by any stretch, and I'm a critical race theorist, that's what I do for a living. My mentor is Kimberly Crenshaw, who's been really silent on this issue, to be frank with you. And a lot of these civil rights and racial justice leaders have been really silent on Gaza. So I want you to pay close attention to the left and their duplicitousness, who are talking about all these lofty aspirational things, because they too are passing this legislation and this policy and this censorship that is not only silencing students and activists on the ground, they're criminalizing it, right? That's a greater degree of stigma and punishment. There's few things the right and the left agree on, but one thing they agree on, right, is suppression of pro-Palestinian voices. So our legal challenge as lawyers, as inshallah future law students, as activists, is that we really have to be on the front line and call out the hypocrisy coming from the left, right? Because when Ukrainians throw Molotov cocktails and organize private militias, what do they call them? They call them freedom fighters. But when it's Palestinians doing the exact same thing every day, protecting their homes, they're called terrorists. Why? Because they got brown skin and they got white skin and they got brown eyes and they got blue eyes. Part of it's racial, right? But it's more than just racial. It's political. And we have to really dismantle, the Zionist fetish that is also taking place on the left.
I want to touch on the changing definition of anti-Semitism, Ira, and not many have followed that, but that's a very important issue. I'd like to hear both of your opinions on this and how disastrous this is, the moving of the goalposts. International Holocaust definition.
The International Holocaust Remembrance Act. It was actually defined by Kenneth Stork. He is a Jewish Zionist scholar, and it was designed by a European group in order to see what is anti-Semitism, and actually connected to the Holocaust to say basically the basic reason for it is to say the Holocaust should never happen again. And the basic thing was that it should never happen again as a tragedy for everybody. Part of, let me just go before I talk even about how does it relate to Palestine. The part of the problem with it is that it was seen as only the Holocaust against Jews. That's big part of the problem, is that it was exceptionalized, rather than thinking about all the Holocaust that have happened, the genocide against indigenous people, not only in the Americas, but all over the world, enslavement, the mid-passage, the kidnapping of Africans and enslaving them in the Americas, talk about the other people who were killed, 20 million Soviets, the Romas, many people who were killed in the Second World War by Nazism. It wasn't only 6 million Jews who were burned in the Holocaust by Nazism. It was many people, so it was like wholesale murder of people based on their ethnicity, on their nationality, the Armenian genocide. All of these things is that this is not okay. This is wrong, and it should be stopped. So this was basically no crimes against humanity should be okay. So in that sense, this is what was supposed to happen. The IHRA, unfortunately, didn't exceptionalize it only about the whole question about Jews and fixated around the anti-Semitism. Part of the problem is that within the definition, there was one passage of it, is that the definition includes defining also what is called self-determination for Jews, which is Zionism, and any criticism of Israel. And this is where we have a very big problem with it, because Zionism is not only by Palestinians' definition, but by definition by the United Nations, the Resolution 3379, which was adopted in 1975 by the United Nations, and reversed when Ronald Reagan, one of the latest right-wing president, right-wing, and also tried to change everything, that Trump would be kind of like a pale copy and very crude, vulgar one. He did it, reversed that, and abrogated under his rule, to say Zionism is racism, and goes through why Zionism is racism. Settler colonialism, the various passages, the exceptionalizing particular people, enabling people to build on other people's land, and so on. And then you cannot actually criticize Israel. So this is why it's really problematic when you talk about equating anti-Zionism with anti-racism, and equating any criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism. So this is why even Kenneth Stark himself, who defined it, said actually this should not be used. But too little, too late. for him. And this also shows that when you are a privileged scholar and so on, you can say whatever you want, and then when you come back and you say something, as we say in Arabic, بعد خراب البصرة, you can do that as a privileged person because it doesn't really affect you so much, the consequences. So the Zionist movement has been trying to impose that in different places, in schools, in lawsuits, in universities, in legislatures, and so on, because this was one of the tools that they had at their hands to get it passed in order to use it as a tool to basically criminalize anybody who says Zionism is racism, who is anti-Zionist, to get them to lose their jobs, and also include it in government policies, in the Senate, and so on, in order not only to make people lose their jobs and criminalize them, but also to prevent, for example, for public universities, any public grants for any schools, for schools in medicine. For any schools in medicine, in science, in anything like that, lose their grants if they have anybody on their faculty, anybody who, like they did it in my case, they did it in the case of many people, many scholars, you can go and follow, that if you have anybody, and this is, for example, Campus Watch, Middle East Reform, AMCHA, Stand With Us, Anti-Defamation League, many organizations, just Jewish Community Relations Council, they all do that. Okay, the Zionist Organization of America, they actually pressure, saying that the defense of Israel and Zionism is in the best interest, national interest of the United States. Therefore, if you attack and criticize Israel and criticize Zionism, you are violating the national interest of the United States. Therefore, you should be penalized, and the way you can be penalized is use anti-Semitism, and one of the tools you can is that you are violating the IHRA. So this is how it's been used. And the way they've been using it increasingly in various schools, pressuring the schools, and the way it's been used also is through the donors, because they're using something what we call donor-driven contributions. Donors pay tons of money, not only to private schools like Harvard and Columbia and Yale and other. They are also using it to public schools which are being privatized more and more and more, including my own university. Donors come in, the money is not public, it's not transparent, it's behind the scenes. They do not have to disclose it. We do not know. Sometimes they disclose some of it. Now they disclose some of it, but we don't know about the rest of it. It's all between, and the donors dictate, as Ackerman did, as he did in Harvard, as people at Columbia, they say, you have to fire students, you have to kick them out, you have to punish them, and they've done that, right? So this is what they are doing directly, and indirectly they're doing it also in closed meeting. So we see tightening by also universities, cutting down program, closing them, because this is the policies of the Zionists. This is how it affects us. That Palestine is criminalized even in the curriculum. You cannot teach Palestine. You cannot protest over Palestine. You cannot have, and now students in the summer, after the schools finish and the encampment, people don't even know. Students go home, and students are receiving letters from their universities. You need to come and report. Come only by yourself. You're not even allowed. The rules are drawn by university to be prosecuted in a what do you call it, a monkey trial? What do you call it, the trial? Kangaroo trial. Kangaroo trial. It's not even a trial. Kangaroo trial by themselves without anybody. You're not allowed, and it's secretive. So it's the rules that they created by themselves. It's Nazism. It's really fascism the way it's going on. So it comes from all the way down, very scary, and people are unaware of it. And everybody thinks it's all democratic and it's all free. There is nothing about it is democratic, nothing about it is free. And it's not just about Palestinians. This is also the problem, that a lot of people think that it's okay. But the knock is going to come at the door at everybody. It's not just about us. And people are asleep and not waking up about it.
Thank you. So Sue is giving me the look and the text message of one last question. So the last question I'll ask to both of you is, what's the takeaways our attendees this weekend should have for themselves individually and for the movement as a whole? And Khaled, if you want to give it that. And if you want to touch on...
Yeah, let me touch on really quick. So yesterday, the Attorney General of this state, Dana Nessel, I think her name is, who is a progressive elected Democrat, confirmed the arrest of student activists at the University of Michigan. So it highlights the point that this fascism isn't unique to only the right, it's also coming from the left. And so one takeaway is this. I think one thing that I really want people to focus in on is two things. You can win political office and even president if you engage in Islamophobia. So Islamophobia is one of these last bastions of acceptable racism and bigotry that actually rewards individuals who partake and perpetuate it. Anti-Semitism, and not its genuine form, because we can talk about legitimate, bona fide forms of anti-Semitism. I've actually researched and studied anti-Semitism, and there's a lot of parallels between anti-Semitism and anti-Arab racism that are worth exploring. But this conflation of anti-Semitism with the State of Israel is highly, highly perilous and problematic. And I want to also tell you that it's also not palatable for the State of Israel itself. It's going to bring down the downfall. It's going to usher in the downfall of the State of Israel, because any and every country around the world should be critiqued. You don't see this conflation of Islam with Saudi Arabia that insulates Saudi Arabia from legitimate criticism. You don't see this conflation of Hinduism with India that insulates India from legitimate criticism. You don't see this country being insulated or defended of criticism from its own citizens. So why this exceptionalization of the State of Israel? One thing I want you to be mindful of is this. Don't only focus on the right, don't only focus on moderates and centrists with regard to really draconian and nefarious policy with regard to the suppression of pro-Palestinian speech. It's coming from the left as well. It's coming from the left because AIPAC and other Zionist lobbies are just as influential, and in fact are even more influential in spaces like Silicon Valley, Wall Street, and other sectors of American society. Many of you guys are on Instagram and X. You see that censorship is just as draconian on these spaces as it is on the ground. So that's one thing I really want you to focus in on is Zionism is not unique. It's not an animal that is exclusive to any party. It is pervasive, and because it's more hidden. What did Malcolm X say? I think the quote goes along that we know that the right are wolves, right? But the left are actually sheep, or wolves in sheep's clothing, that we have to be just as mindful and just as vigilant, against what they're doing as well.
Okay. To these amazing articulate words, I'm going to say a few things. One, do not leave this convention without signing up to become members of the ADC. One. Everybody should be organized in at least one organization, at least. Two, see the news and immediately act on it. Sign a petition, send a donation, organize. Come October, we have Shut It Down for Palestine. It's a huge campaign that the youth and the organizers are calling for. Participate, do not stay home. We need numbers in the street. Numbers in the street are most importantly, even before the US public opinion, are very important for people who are steadfast. In Gaza, in the streets of the West Bank, in Jerusalem, they see that and they know they're not alone. It's very, very important. I can't emphasize that enough. Four, do not wait until the day after elections. People might be crying, people might be jubilant. It doesn't matter. We continue like the day before. Organize, strike, learn. Do not leave the students by themselves. They get attacked, rush to campus, go out, defend them, demand a curriculum, demand that everybody teach Palestine. Do not let anybody stand alone. We continue organizing, get your neighbors, get everybody to come. This is how we got here. This is how the world is hearing about all our issues. We connect with our allies, and we prove and insist that Palestine is part and parcel of the indivisibility of justice, and we will win. Not tomorrow maybe, but next year. Thank you.
Needs to be said. Thank you. Thank you, Khaled. Thank you, Dr. Rabab. Thank you. And the next session should start shortly. Thank you. Don't go too far because the next session is about to get started. It's a great session around journalism and media. Thank you.
Is it 3 people?
Okay, so as we switch panels, I'm going to just do a little bit of housekeeping again. Thank you to Haraz Coffee and Hamza Nasser and his franchisees who are in the back providing Adani tea and coffee. There's a water station in the back next to them as well. Breakfast in the my left-hand corner. Please again visit our vendors. They're all here to support ArabCon, and we hope that you will support them. They have amazing products. That's why you have this nifty little tote bag to put your products into and take it home with you. I'd like to again thank Hammoud Podcast and Dr. Ed Hassan, Access, Empower Change, Dr. Safa Rifka, Al Monitor, Breakthrough News, who is doing the live stream on YouTube at Breakthrough News on YouTube. CEO Lawyer, the American Arab Chamber of Commerce, the Arab American Women's Business Council, the City of Dearborn, and a huge thanks to our vendors and media supporters. I'd like to ask everyone to come back and take their seats so we can start our next panel. With over 100 journalists being targeted and murdered since the start of the genocide, journalists continue to face danger and the suppression of truth, and they are the front lines that are bringing you evidence and information while others try to spin it in a different way. I'd like to please ask everyone to kindly take their seats as I welcome ADC Communications Director Valentina Pereda to the stage, who will moderate a session with Ryan Grimm from Dropsite News, Saeed Arakat from Al-Quds, and Laila Al-Arian from Al Jazeera. Welcome to Reporting Genocide, the Journalist Perspective. If I can please get our panelists to the stage. And please note, while you are visiting vendors, if panel sessions are going on, we would prefer for you to wait, but if you want to see the vendors, please make sure that you speak in a very quiet sound, because you can hear everything. It does echo in here. So please make sure that you remain quiet so that attendees can hear our panelists. You saw him? I did. Saeed Arakat, I did see. Oh, there I see you. And Laila will be in just a moment. Again, thank you all for being here, from coming near and far. I know that it has been a wonderful opportunity for you to come and connect with people in the city of Dearborn, and I hope for those of you who are visiting us for the first time that you will love being here. It is a very hospitable city. We love the fact that it is extremely diverse, and you can find a little bit venue location down the street. And if we can please get people who are trickling in from the outside back to their seats, we will get started with this panel shortly.
So, like, just a conversation. Oh, thank you. Interrupt when you want, take it where you'd like to. I'm Valentine. Like Valentine's Day. Thank you. Where would you like? Right there? All right, the microphone. Hi, good morning, everybody. Thank you for joining us. This is the journalist panel
covering genocide, a journalist perspective. My name is Valentina Pereda. I am the communications director here at the ADC. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Laila. Thank you, Saeed. So I just want to quickly introduce, I'm sure a lot of people here already know who you are, but I just want to quickly do a quick round of introductions. So we have, of course, Mr. Saeed Arakat here, who is our beloved voice in the Department of State and everywhere. So, Saeed, not only are you such an accomplished and respected journalist, for those of you that don't know, of course, Saeed is Palestinian, and he is, of course, best known for his work as the Washington bureau chief for the Jerusalem-based newspaper Al-Quds. As everybody knows, we see him at the State Department every day just speaking the truth that so many people are afraid to speak. So thank you so much for joining us, Saeed. It's truly an honor to have you here today. Next up, we have Laila Al-Arian, who, of course, is a Washington, D.C.-based journalist. She is the executive producer of Fault Lines, an award-winning current affairs program on Al Jazeera. For those of you that yesterday saw the documentary, The Night Won't End, Laila was our executive director. And thank you so much for joining us today. We really look forward to this conversation. And lastly, we have Ryan Grimm. Ryan used to be at The Intercept. I've known you for many years, another beloved figure in the journalism space. Now he is the co-founder of Dropsite News, which is a reader and donor-supported media platform. Congratulations on that launch and all the incredible work that you do, Ryan. So thank you so much to the three of you for joining. So let's just jump right into this conversation. Saeed, it's been 25 years since you've been covering the Department of State. You know, right now, it feels like the mood in the country between the two main presidential candidates, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, is that they are so different, that the difference is night and day between the two, that if you remain undecided or uncommitted, it's almost like you're stupid or something, because how could you not see the difference? But as somebody who has covered administration after administration, do you see a difference between both candidates? Have you seen this type of situation before where people feel very hopeful about one candidate being very different over another one? What do you see right now?
Thank you, Valentina, and thank you, ADC, for doing what you do. I've been around ever since the inception of ADC and its launching, and has done an amazing work over the years, so keep doing it. I also, I'm really honored to be with my friend Ryan and Laila, both, close friends. Ryan is one of the most effective and articulate voices in the State Department, so he's always there. And Laila, of course, everybody knows what she does. That's a very good question. What is the difference? What is the difference between administration? You know, I began covering the State Department during the Bush administration, the George W. Bush administration. And of course, we were, during that time, going to the State Department and so on, everybody was focused on U.S. wars in Afghanistan, and then, of course, in Iraq and so on. So it consumed a great deal of the discussion. The imperial posture and so on was always omnipresent, and we would always attempt to see what is the reasoning, what is the logic, the lies and so on. Of course, Iraq proved that during the Iraq War, the launching of the Iraq War was basically a complete abdication by the media of what was going on and what was to become. Everybody is aware of the New York Times, for instance, I don't want to name and so on, that basically went on peddling, lies, made-up stories and so on, for which they would come a few years later and say, yeah, oops, we made a mistake, So this is the kind of thing that we do. We tried to hold them, to hold their feet to the fire, see what they're doing, how they go about it. Very quickly, I would say that the difference is very shallow between a Democratic administration and a Republican administration. With the exception, of course, of this crazy period of the Trump administration. I mean, when it was the Secretary of State Tillerson was always missing in action anyway. I mean, he came to the briefing, I think, maybe once or twice. Pompeo was more present, but he's evangelical. I mean, to his credit, he always gave me a question, Pompeo, but always his responses and so on were very, very hostile and, unapologetic. I mean, he's the guy that said that settlements were not an obstacle. You can have peace and have settlements. He's the guy that have, they have, I think, wine named after him from the settlements and so on. So, they were belligerent and they were not bashful about it. Then we had the Biden administration. And during the Biden administration, we thought that things will change, and sure enough, I mean, the spokesperson, the first spokesperson, Ned Price, came in, and he was more forthcoming on the Palestinian issue, And they would say, look, they readopted the old things, and they talked about the two-state solution, which was missing from the previous administration. They committed themselves to refinancing UNRWA, so which they did, soon thereafter. But of course, they never fulfilled their promises to reopen the PLO office, for instance, in Washington. And that's one of the things that they said they told us, whether, on background, on real briefing, that they will do. They never reopened the consulate in East Jerusalem, although they kept saying time after time. They never, of course, remember, I mean, on the Iran issue, for instance, Biden came into office promising that on day one he is going to go back to the agreement and all, which they did not. So I would say that this was the case, until October 7. After October 7, it is pure hostility. I mean, this is the spokesperson, and I'm sorry to say, but if you listen to the Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, and what he says, he articulates the Israeli position a lot better than Israel Katz, the Israeli foreign minister. Nobody knows who he is, but everybody knows that Blinken is there. He's been there 9 times. He's always advocating for the Israeli position. So this is the kind of atmosphere that you have in the State Department. Invariably, the terms they use are terms that they all agree upon. Terms such as the usage of terms like slaughter and things and so on. It is always reserved to the Israeli side and not to the Palestinian side. They, of course, dismiss the word genocide to describe what is happening to the Palestinians. And these are the kind of points that we try to emphasize and ask about day in and day out. But the difference is very shallow. Thank you.
So there's no difference. Difference is very shallow, as you say. Ryan, of course, you just came back from covering the DNC convention. You saw that everything that went down over there with the uncommitted movement. I want to know your perspective of, do you think that these organizers from the uncommitted movement truly had a shot, or did you perceive that this was a typical play by political operatives to kind of kick an issue down the can, or do you actually think that it created real tension within the party?
Well, I think the best shot they had was to create space for a conversation. I don't think they ever had a shot of getting any Democratic nominee who was going to make it through that gauntlet of agreeing to an arms embargo like that. And I don't think any of them thought. They were pretty open about the fact that they didn't think that they could accomplish that. I think they did think that they could accomplish their very tiny ask of getting a Palestinian-American speaker on the stage who would just say scripted things that were approved by the Harris administration and celebrate her. I think they did think they could get that. And so were pretty disappointed and shocked not to be able to. But I wanted to thank Saeed for the kind words. You know, you've been an inspiration to me in that State Department room. I don't know if you mind if I ask him a quick question?
Please, the conversation.
I'm curious, from your perspective, why does the State Department even hold these briefings?
What is the point?
It's a good question. I mean, I guess, to make their policy known, or to emphasize, or and say that we are doing our job. Look, no doubt that the briefing room in the State Department is different than other places. I mean, you don't have foreign policy briefings in many capitals throughout the world. You know, I mean, and being the spokesman is really a tough job. I did spokesmanship on one issue in Iraq for the United Nations, and I tell you, it's a miserable job. You know, it is an awful thing because you have to sit there and parrot out the position. But they, you know, almost in all the issues, you know, whether it's on Venezuela or in Africa and so on, it's very consistent. But you have to know that its value for us as journalists is that, you know, you can, from the different people who are participating and questioning and so on, it does have an impact. It does have value. So it's not really their position, but the questioning. I mean, we know, you know, Ryan knows, we sit there, you know, we have the front row, it goes to AP, then Reuters, and so on and so on. And they all, especially since October 7th, they all ask probing, excellent questions. Unfortunately, that don't make it to the news. I mean, you know, the people from the network, they ask excellent questions. And if you read the briefing text and so on, it's very good. The questions are good. The answers are sometimes they're destabilized. They're forced to say anything, although they're very disciplined on staying exactly with the official position and so on. But it does not make it. And whether it's the cable news, the same thing. They ask a lot of good questions. Our colleagues from the Washington Post, you know, we haven't had someone from the New York Times for a while, by the way. Since, you know, I think since Larry Jakes, I have not seen a correspondent for the New York Times. But they do. They ask these questions. And I think this is the value of the briefing. Now, we have something called the gaggle. And it is something that we get together and every morning, and we're supposed to have, you know, some maybe more meaty information that you're not. Gaggle means off the record, but really it's no different. These guys, they come in, they rehearse. Basically, it's a rehearsal for the briefing that's coming out. But, you know, I, for one, hope that the briefings continue because it gives me material to write about. And, you know, and sometimes I'm just, you know, I have to repeat and write over and over again the stuff that they say. But I do find value in them.
Oh, yeah, I'm very glad they do them. I just sometimes wonder from their perspective. But you're right, it is a platform for them to get their audience out. One other question, sorry. Do you,
okay.
Like, has social media changed the briefings at all? Like,
Yes, that's a good question.
It feels like even though their questions don't make it into the nightly news and they don't make it into the print journalism that is produced by those outlets, it does get seen by millions of people now.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, you can, whether it's Ned Price or Miller, or even going back to Jen Psaki when she was the briefer, or Kirby, John Kirby, and they would always say, look, you know, I don't have the advantage of looking at my phone all the time to know what's going on, because sometimes things happen and it allows you to ask a question right then and there. You know, this has just happened. This, you know, whether it's in Palestine or anywhere else in the world. So social media has had a huge impact. You know, it allowed everybody to keep up with what's going on instantaneously, and that gives you an advantage. And of course, they say, well, I don't know. This has just happened. We don't have a policy. We don't know yet. Let me get back to you and so on. But no doubt, you know, social media is very, very important. Thank you.
Yeah, you're certainly become a beloved figure in social media. Absolutely. A lot of young people are very inspired by you through what they see on Instagram, on Twitter, on TikTok even. So I want to move to Laila. Laila, of course, you come from a very known family, perhaps for the good reasons and for the worst reasons as well, as the daughter of Sami Al-Arian, who has been made an example by the US government. And then even recently, your mother, I believe, appeared at one of the encampments in Colombia, and even CNN was saying quote unquote, the terrorist wife was seen there. I want to talk to you about the issue of the Palestine exception. You as a journalist your whole family is truly impressive, who continue to do your work regardless of the persecution. Like, what do you see is the state of journalism right now for those who are covering Gaza and Palestine? And do you think things are getting worse from your experience? Tell us a little bit about it.
Thank you all for being here. Thank you to ADC for holding this convention, and it's an honor to be with you all. That's a very big question. I'm not sure how much time we have, but obviously there are very deep, intrinsic, ongoing issues with media coverage of Palestine, both in terms of what's happening in Palestine, in Gaza and the West Bank, as well as what's happening in the United States in terms of the repression against Palestinian activism and advocacy. And it's really difficult to know where to start, but I can say that we've seen some patterns of, I would say, media malpractice, obviously, like I said, this has been going on for a very long time, but in terms of since October 7th, and I know that all of you as consumers of media have seen it too. This is not something that only journalists notice, but I can tell you as a journalist that these elements of media malpractice are things that are really inherent to the practice of journalism, in which there is a Palestine exception in terms of just the egregious malpractice that we're seeing. So we saw from the very beginning a regurgitation of Israeli talking points and propaganda, things like beheaded babies, that Hamas conducted a campaign of mass rape on October 7th, an effort to brand Hamas as Hamas ISIS, which didn't seem to catch on as much, a sort of, again, regurgitation of excuses for why they're bombing hospitals. So the fact that Al-Shifa Hospital, for example, is a Hamas command and control node. And it doesn't matter how many times the Israeli military and government are proven to have lied, misled, even been caught lying. We had one particularly shocking example of sort of Israeli accounts tweeting out a nurse from Al-Shifa Hospital. Do you all remember that? Who turned out to be an actress? Yes. I mean, sometimes if the stakes weren't so high, where we're talking about tens of thousands of Palestinians being killed in Gaza, it's comical how bad the propaganda is. And yet, the American, Western, and British media continue to rely on them as sources, to regurgitate their propaganda, to put it on the front pages. And of course, there are exceptions for this. There are examples of people within the mainstream Western media who are doing very good work, who are shedding light on the war crimes that are happening in Gaza. But unfortunately, that is small when you look at the big picture of how these propaganda, the regurgitation of propaganda is actually shaping minds. So when you actually look at polls, the fact that many Americans think that more Israelis have been killed than Palestinians, the fact that many people don't even know who's occupying who or what the context. So of course you see a complete, I would say, allergy to covering any kind of contextual history of how we got to October 7th. So of course, October 7th is portrayed as the beginning of the story, and so on and so forth. So I think these are just some of the examples. And then, of course, you have the very blatant fact that there are things happening every single day in Gaza that if they were happening anywhere else in the world would be breaking news alerts, would be huge news, using starvation as a weapon of war, the fact that children and people in Gaza are starving to death, the fact that you have this pattern of Israeli soldiers dressing up in Palestinian women's like undergarments. I mean, the genocidal rhetoric in Israeli society at all levels, from people to military officials to journalists, and so on and so forth. I mean, like I said, we could literally be here all day just running down the list of stories that are not covered how they should be covered. And of course, the propaganda that has been regurgitated in order to justify the slaughter of Palestinians.
You know, you mentioned that U.S. and British media is quite similar. Of course, now we're seeing, at least in the UK, you know, the end to the halt of weapons to Israel has actually, it seems like it's happened, but here we feel so far away from that dream sometimes. I mean, why in two countries with very similar environments we're seeing progress, and, you know, right now it feels like the overwhelming majority of people, even with Kamala Harris, they say, you know, there's a moment of tension in the movements, truly, where certain folks are saying we just have to vote her in, but her rhetoric is so, you know, still so violent. So why do you think even in similar environments like the US and the UK, we've seen progress there, but here it seems like we continue to regress?
My understanding is the weapons is like a relatively small number. I mean, it's something, but it's a relatively small number. I mean, I think, obviously, I think the role of the U.S. in what's happening in Gaza, you know, there's no comparison to any other country in terms of, you know, just, I think up to 70% of Israeli weapons used in Gaza come from the U.S., or weapons that Israel is using in Gaza come from the U.S. Of course, we see, you know, the U.S. is Israel's most powerful and important ally, the diplomatic cover that they receive from the U.S., but I would say in general, the media coverage, whether it's in the UK or in the US, you see some of the same problems. You see the BBC constantly referring, still all these months later, to Hamas-run Ministry of Health. This, you know, we all see it. Again, you all are media consumers, so every headline about the killing of Palestinians is a riddle. Like, who did it? You know, it's a whodunit. You know, lack of, like, attributing responsibility to Israel. And unfortunately, you know, again, regurgitation of propaganda campaigns like the allegations of mass rape were picked up by European media just as they were in the US. So I would say in terms of the media malpractice, they're pretty comparable.
Right, and I want to go back to your experience at the DNC. Obviously, you have the huge TV networks like CNN, NBC, ABC, they have all of the media suites, and then there's what they perhaps call alternative media or independent media. What did you experience was the treatment between mainstream media and outlets like yours, and you know, what does that say about this country's access to information?
Well, the DNC interestingly rolled out the red carpet for kind of TikTok influencers and Instagram folks who are doing more, in general, doing more just kind of PR for Democrats than operating in a traditional kind of adversarial posture toward the people that they're covering. The one interesting exception was Hassan Piker, who I think is kind of showing the way that there is an opening there if you have a big enough audience. We started out where he was going to partner with us because he was unable to even, like, you know, get in the door of the DNC because the application process is so Byzantine and difficult to navigate for somebody who's not already in that system. The congressional press galleries manage the access for most journalists at the DNC, and because we're already part of the congressional press gallery, it was easy for us. We're like, here, just you can use our desk inside the arena. But then by the time he got there, it was fascinating. I met up with him on the first day to kind of show him where the desk was, and he's got a DNC handler with him.
Wow.
And she said, "Don't worry, we've got him taken care of. He doesn't need your desk." And she just shadowed him the entire time, gave them access to this, like, kind of exclusive suite that. The cost of this stuff is hard to even, like, demonstrate at scale. Like CNN, MSNBC, these other outlets are paying, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars for these little suites that they have where they can film from, and they hooked him up, and they're like, here, you can go over here because we understand you're critical of us, but you reach millions of people that we can't figure out how to reach. And so that gives us at least a shot. Then towards the end of the week, as it's becoming increasingly clear that the uncommitted movement isn't even going to get a Palestinian speaker, like while he's giving an interview to the New York Times, DNC staffers are like, all right, that's enough. Yeah. Took him out. Like they're like, you know what? Access rescinded. They tried. They were open to it, and they're like, oh, we thought he was going to be a little bit nicer to us, and he wasn't. So it kind of got walked out of there. I don't know what they were thinking, but I do know what they were thinking, and it didn't pan out for them. But yes, it's also a matter of money. Like we're very excited. We've got over 200,000 subscribers. I think at this point we're about 6,000 of them are paying subscribers. So it's good enough to sustain a small investigative news operation. But these other major outlets have budgets in the tens and hundreds of millions of dollars, which we can't remotely compete with.
Laila, what were you?
I just wanted to say something about Drop Site News. So if you all haven't checked it out, you really should. It's an excellent new outlet. And one interesting thing that Drop Site News has done that Western media refuses to do is actually hear from an entire party in this so-called conflict that you never hear from, which is Palestinian elected leaders in Gaza, i.e. Hamas. So an entire side of this story is completely missing from the Western media coverage. There's this unspoken rule, or maybe it's actually spoken in some newsrooms. We do not talk to Hamas. We do not put them on air. We do not interview them. And it seems very anti-intellectual and also anti-journalistic. You are doing your audience a massive disservice by not letting them hear certain perspectives that are relevant in the region and that are relevant to the facts on the ground. And Drop Site News has done that. They've done excellent work. If you haven't come across it, please do. And that work doesn't come without a cost and without a price. So it's important that we as a community and we as media consumers also support institutions that are trying to do the right thing, or new organizations that are trying to do the right thing and really give audiences other perspectives. And compare that to the way that Western media covered ISIS, where they were covering that story, front page news, going to interview them. Even, we heard more from ISIS and Al-Qaeda than we do from Hamas, and it's important to ask why that is.
Absolutely. With that in mind, so a lot of y'all don't know, but I used to work with the Obama White House and when in communications, and when Trump won, I decided to self-exile and leave the country because I just needed to live outside of the US bubble and see what was happening in the real world. And I moved to El Salvador because I was covering immigration a lot during my time of my government career. And I remember when I moved to El Salvador, I had this idea, because when I used to work in the Obama admin, was that Central America was covered by MS-13 gang members. And as soon as I would get off the plane, I would just see heavily tatted people everywhere, and it was just like gang center. And I didn't see a single gang member for a year. It was so hard to access, and it was there that I just started seeing how different the narrative about gangs was on the ground versus what we were being exposed to. As a White House staffer, imagine, I thought I had the most access of information imaginable, and then to go to the ground and see how the information was manipulated from point zero. By the time the information gets to White House staffers, it has been so edited from local sources, from the US Embassy, then the State Department, then, by the time. So it was just really interesting. So, I came back with that, asking myself, and now this is a question to the three of you, is should the people believe what the US government says? Should the general public believe what is being told to them at these briefings?
No. Very simple. This is, it goes without saying, because I tell you what, the history of American media is basically catering to the establishment. It is, they call it corporate media for a very good reason. It is. It's the establishment with a few exceptions. I'm not saying, there is a great deal of lefty media or progressive media, and of course, on the flip side, there's right-wing media and so on. But the mainstream serves the system, serves the establishment. And I'm an old dog, so I've been around for a very long time. That's the way it was in Vietnam, and that's the way it was. I mean, these briefers, they come, their mission is basically to convey the imperial interest of the United States of America. I mean, we all remember, I think in the history of briefings and briefers, Bernard Kalb, who was, the State Department briefer during the Reagan administration, right after the attack on Libya, he basically came to the podium and he said, look, I'm not going to be part of this information, and walked out, quit his job. But that is unique. That is a unique situation. He did that. So the media serves the establishment in every which way. I'm not saying that journalists are, they work in any way or shape or form but they are there to basically forward the American position. On Palestine, it is far more pervasive because they have, even before October 7, if you look at all the years, all the decades before October 7, American media is limited because it chooses not to be there. It chooses not to be in the West Bank, not in the villages, not in all these things. They all go back to Tel Aviv. Nobody lives in Abu Dis, my village, or somewhere else and say, I'm going to report on these things, or lives in Beta to do this. So even if they tried before, it's always, there's a great deal missing, let alone their biases. I mean, these guys come with biases, let's face it. I mean, they're part of this huge American imperial power that, it is the hegemon in the world today and so on. And these corporations are huge. They're big. CNN is big, the networks are big, the major newspapers are big, and so on. So they come with these biases, they come with these limitations. They don't have, how often do you see, an American reporter in Jericho and so on, that lives there, that sees how, and observes what people suffer every day. So, to answer your question, no, they should not. And that's why, thank goodness for social media. Social media really provides you with real things as they happen. I teach a course on media, and I am amazed at the knowledge of my students, 19 years old, 20 years old, and so on. They know. So they know. I mean, when you talk with them, they can respond coherently and knowledgeably about what's going on. But the mainstream media, no, it has, it will do this when it's compelled to report on a story. We all remember that when Ishaq Rabin said to break their bones and so on, then it was CBS News that basically broke it. It was, I think, Bob Simon who broke it at the time. But generally, no. I mean, we saw how everybody went to the area that's called the Ghilaf Gaza, or the Gaza envelope, Asqalan, Kaza wal Akhiri, after October 7. Everybody was there. How many American journalists went into Gaza? They're not allowed. The Israelis will not allow them, and so on. I think they took in a couple of people and as embeds, and I know how embeds work from the Iraq experience, But no one should really take what they say at face value. From time to time, they are compelled to tell what is happening, but it's always skewed.
I just want to say, for those of you that don't understand the term embed, so my experience when I lived in Central America, I was a freelance journalist there, and I had, no protection, but when New York Times or CBS or all these big networks would come, they would parachute down to the country, it was always the same recipe, It was like, I want to cover gangs, so you had the same fixers. First of all, they would also roll into the neighborhoods with, police and, super armed. And it's like, you always, in story after story, I would always see the same sources and the same kind of, orchestration of events that they would bring you know, these major outlets to. So it was always like the same story that was covered in a way that was very controlled and a little bit lazy. So yeah, these embeds, when I say embed, I know exactly what you mean. It's quite limited. They just don't have access to true information the way that others do. But so I mean, Ryan and Laila, like, what do you think with the question of should we trust what mainstream media says? You know, the other side of the argument is, well, there are these algorithms and algorithmic manipulation. So how do you balance, you know, the distrust to mainstream media, but then also the very credible threats that are faced when access to information is controlled by algorithms?
I mean, I think it's hard to blame. I mean, obviously, algorithms and social media manipulation are a problem. But if you look back over the last 200 years of American history, it's pretty difficult to find a time where you can look back and say, yes, the reporting that was being done at the time accurately reflects what our understanding now is of what was happening. Like, it's almost impossible to find an example of that. The examples of the opposite are the ones that come to mind so much more frequently. So the algorithms are certainly going to inflame things, and they're designed for engagement, and engagement is produced through anger and toxicity. So that all of that is a problem, and you're also seeing, and you're seeing this first, it seems like, on Twitter, really take off, where the users there are paid, for the amount of views that they are able to get, like literally paid by Twitter, and there's no restrictions on whether or not what you say has to be fake or vetted or anything. And so the incentive is to create the most outrageous fake things possible. And so it's sort of a different kind of fake news. Like the corporate media variety is like, a lot of the things that they would say would be true on the surface level, but false on an underlying level. Like, it might be true that this person from the government said this thing, but the thing he said wasn't true. Whereas the new kind of fake news is that person doesn't even exist. and they didn't even say that thing. So that's making, and we're just getting started, because now Gemini and these other AI scrapers are just going to eliminate even most people's access to news sites through Google. It'll just be a summary, and then what will it be an AI summary of? Like, what's the input there? So yeah, it's getting bad.
Wow, very inspiring. Laila, you've covered so many you've done so many incredible films, and of course your latest film right now, The Night Won't End, it covered the stories of these families in Gaza. My question to you is, there's the quote, history is written by, I think, the eyes of the victor, but what we're seeing right now is history being written by the people themselves. I mean, do you think that 10 years from now we're going to be able to study this period in a way that perhaps is better informed, more factual, because we are seeing the information come from the source itself? Or 10 years down the road, will Israel or the US try to rewrite, and rewrite history and bank on our amnesia that we so often exhibit? How do you see what we're witnessing right now impact how history is recorded?
It's a really good question. I mean, I think none of us can deny what we see every single day on our phones. It's been described as the most live-streamed genocide ever, the most documented genocide ever. And that's a testament to the courage, the resilience, the work of people on the ground in Gaza, who, despite the horrors, the trauma, the daily atrocities that they're experiencing or they're witnessing or they're documenting, they continue. And I'm seeing more and more posts from Gaza by people saying, we're actually having second thoughts about the decision to post some of the most graphic images because the world simply doesn't care. How many babies, how many children have we seen with holes in their heads, with their brains coming out of their heads, just the most horrific, unforgettable images we've seen in the last almost year. And yet, how has that moved the needle? So there's definitely an ongoing conversation about whether these graphic images are simply desensitizing people to Palestinian suffering, to Palestinian death, or if they're actually moving the needle in some ways. I do think young people who are seeing them they're kind of being their views are being shaped because they're so horrifically undeniable, whereas people who rely simply on the mainstream media for news, so they're not getting access to these images, tend to support Israel and support the Israeli perspective because that's what they're seeing. So I think in the short term, these images are very important in terms of documentation of the war crimes that are happening in Gaza, in terms of shaping people's minds and kind of being a really important factual and real counter to the propaganda being spouted in the mainstream media. Long term, I think it's important to note that a lot of these videos are being uploaded on by tech companies or on tech platforms, and that ultimately those tech platforms can do whatever they want with that media, and we know that some accounts have already been deleted, some videos have already been deleted, so there is, as far as I know, some efforts to try to pull those down and download them before they're deleted from the record altogether. I'm involved in one of these efforts, and it's entirely volunteer run, so if people are interested in participating or contributing, please let me know, because I think the fear that a lot of people have is that once these videos are completely taken offline, it's as if it's an effort to really obscure what happened, to hide it, to kind of cover it up and have the world forget about it. And it's important that as journalists, as media consumers, as human beings, we make sure that doesn't happen. I hope, I'm trying to be cautiously optimistic, that this genocide will be remembered in history for what it is, that it won't be excused, that it won't be covered up, that it won't be justified in any way, but I think that's up to us as people to make sure that doesn't happen.
And I think there's something interesting going on the other side of this as well, and Saeed, you might have some historical perspective on this, but seeing so many of the kind of Israeli propaganda narratives fall apart under pressure from alternative media, and I would include Laila's fault lines as alternative media and Al Jazeera to some degree as well, but definitely the work that you've been doing to dig deeper into the claims, the 40 babies, the mass systemic rape, digging into those and then finding that actually there wasn't anything there, and here's where and not only is it not provable because it's impossible to prove a negative, but what you can often do is trace the rumor back to the source and then show that that person actually was not even in the position that they said they were to be making that claim. You're like, okay, well now we can safely say that this person's claim can be rejected. And it made me wonder about the histories that are written of so many previous conflicts where if there wasn't alternative media this time, the history of this one, written 20 years from now in books, would say 40 babies were beheaded, there was a campaign of mass rape. Those things would just be stated as facts in the history books because they say that journalism is the first draft of history. And so the historians who are not able to go back and re-interview the people at the time would just go back into the archives and they would read the mainstream produced reporting, say, okay, well, according to the New York Times, this is how it happened. But I don't think that will happen this time, because I think there is enough counterfactual reporting being done that they won't just simply be able to get away with that kind of false narrative of it. So it has made me wonder, okay, as I go back and read about all these atrocities in previous conflicts, what's the source for that actually? What happened? Did that really happen?
If I just may add, I agree with Laila 100%. I think this genocide would be not only remembered, but will be held to account. I mean, unlike the past. There's a great deal of skepticism now because you see only the Israeli narrative and the American imperial narrative and so on. But look, with every day, there's enough evidence. The Israeli army is not an army. They're gangsters in uniform. They are gangsters in uniform. Israel is truly a gangster state and a state of gangsters. I mean, there was, I think, a recent podcast, Israeli podcast, where they went around and asked people, regular people, about the polio vaccine. And they could not find one single person to say, yeah, it's a good thing. They all said, no, let them die. Let them die of polio. So this is not going to disappear. They will be held accountable. And not only that, the United States of America and its advocacy and its support of this crime and this genocide will also be held accountable. You can rest assured. It doesn't seem, it seems that today you seem that, helpless and weak and so on, But, seeing this, these guys are proud of their genocide. They are proud of their genocide. They saw the killing of children and babies and so on and all that. But the fact that you have, and this is really the importance of the briefings, I think, Ryan, is that our colleague, Prim Thacker, from Zeto, who basically has been talking about the Hind Rajab case in every briefing. Every briefing. It is on the record. Every briefing. He would not let go of it. It doesn't matter the answer. But that is evidence. That is evidence for prosecutions and so on. So don't lose, we should stay focused. There is a great deal to be discouraged. Israel is losing. Yes. It really is, in many ways, for the lack of better terms, it is really a laundering enterprise for the American imperialism and the West. They launder money, they launder weapons, they launder pharmaceuticals, they launder bad ideas and so on. Maybe nuclear weapons, we don't know. So it serves them. It's an island, so it can serve these imperial ambitions and so on. And it has a shelf life. Remember that. It has a shelf life and they will be prosecuted.
Said, you have so much history under you, with the comparing the times that we live now with the era of Vietnam. Especially with the student movements. Do you feel inspired by this movement right now? Do you see similarities or differences, especially with the access to information, but also understanding that we live in a time where people are very distracted, overwhelmed by perhaps too much information? Do you think that we're headed in the right direction, or are you a little worried? And actually, this question's for everybody on the panel.
Well, you know what? I think this movement on campuses, for instance, is going to grow. It's not going to, because you see people in America, young people, progressives, they begin to see, or they began to actually tie the Palestinian cause to all the good causes. How could you be for civil rights when you're not for the Palestinians? How could you be for women's rights if you're not for the Palestinians? When these women and children get killed, how could you be for children's rights and so on? For the right to go to school, for the right to have a decent medical care when you see all this destruction of hospitals and so on and all these things. So it runs across the whole fabric. It is very clear. Look at what's happening today. Israel is the cause of the right wing. We see this every day. It is the domain of the right wing. We saw this when Netanyahu came to Congress on the 24th of July. We saw it every time before. It is the evangelical cause, while the Palestinian cause is really the cause of progressives. It's simply because of the natural connections right there. So, going back to your question on Vietnam, and true. It was different because in Vietnam, you know, you would, the television, for instance, would get what they see and so on and then convey it. And in the evening news, there was only one newscast. There were only 3 networks at the time and so on. The papers, it was more, you know, the sort of reflective and so on, and they would write it. But we all remember, and, you know, during the Tet Offensive, when Walter Cronkite came out and he said, this war is unwinnable. And basically that ignited the anti-war movement. So it does have an impact. And we saw this. Now, granted, the anti-war movement demonstrations at the time did not really have a great deal of impact, considering that they began in '67 and the war did not end until the Americans were defeated in 1975. And we know that, let's say, in the lead up to the invasion of Iraq, there were many demonstrations. There was like a 1 million-man demonstration on the mall right before the invasion. It did not impact it. And now, you know, you see, you know, how the demonizing, and in fact, you know, by the media. By the media. I mean, this is, I know, I hate to name names, but let's say like Dana Bash and Jake Tapper and so on from CNN. I mean, they call these kids that are demonstrating anti-Semitic and so on, which is a lot of BS, a lot of malarkey, you know. And this, I mean, we all remember the image of Biden, you know, in late February when he was licking an ice cream, and he said, "Yeah, we're talking about the ceasefire and so on." I mean, you remember that. So that these things can only ignite and you know, sort of energize the movement. I believe that this movement, it will grow and it will have an impact. Now, these kids of today, they are the leaders of tomorrow, and that's where the difference is going to be.
Well, I want to thank everybody. I want to thank you for your time, for joining us here, and just wanted to give you the opportunity to have some closing remarks. Laila?
Sure. Thank you all again for being here. I just want to say, you know, I'm already hearing people from the Arab and Muslim community saying, you know, we need to vote for Harris because, you know, we're so afraid of Trump. We don't know what Trump is going to do. And of course, people can vote however they may. But I also remember hearing months ago, as people were seeing these images from Gaza, day in and day out, and I remember one particular video that I'll never forget, and it was very early on, it was in October, of 2 young brothers, and what looked like the younger brother, they were probably like 8 or 10, was dying, and his older brother was telling him to say, you know, the Shahada, the Muslim equivalent of the last rites. And just to see 2 children going through that in a hospital, again, this was maybe the 2nd week of Israel's bombardment. And we've lost count of the videos that we've seen like this, but I remember people saying, we will never forget this, we will never forget this, we will never forget this. And then now there's all sorts of mental gymnastics about how do you justify doing a certain thing or voting a certain way or backing a certain candidate. And the question is, what are your individual red lines? Is genocide considered a red line? What are your red lines? What are your values? What are your ethics? What do you prioritize? So it's important that no matter what happens, that we don't forget the images that we've been bombarded with for the past year, that we don't let down the people of Gaza, that we continue supporting good work that sheds light on these atrocities, and that we hold those accountable, whether they're politicians or journalists who are responsible for these atrocities.
Yes.
And I would just want to pick up on what Saeed said about the shelf life, and that things can look different and darker, like in the moment, compared to what might be possible in coming years, because you know time does move on, and I do think it's true that that Joe Biden probably represents the kind of pinnacle of unquestioning, unapologetic support for Israel among the Democratic Party. I think that was ideological and rooted and emotional, And for every Democrat after him, I think it will be political, and it doesn't mean that they won't, have the same strategic interests that Saeed mentioned, and they may have political reasons to give unapologetic support to Israel, but it will mean that it's an open contest within the Democratic coalition, and it will be something that they have to make a decision on. It has never been a decision before. It has just been assumed, like this is just what it is. And oftentimes within the Democratic coalition, when it comes to a matter of freedom, of civil rights, that element wins in the coalition. That was the case certainly for the original civil rights movement. That was a contest between Dixiecrats, like outright hardcore white supremacists, and advocates of civil rights. It took 30 to 40 years or so, but eventually the cause of civil rights won out within the Democratic coalition. When it came to marriage equality, that was something that the Democratic Party was happy to ignore for many years. Even Barack Obama, civil unions, marriage between a man and a woman. But the Republicans forced the question. They put it on all of these ballots in 2004, and by calling the question, they forced the Democratic coalition to come to terms with this question: where do we stand on the issue of marriage equality? And it took them, from that point, about 8 years or so, to say, well, it's a matter of freedom and dignity. Okay, we're siding there. So this is really the first time that the Democratic coalition has had the question called on them in a real way. And they have preferred to not answer it and just side unapologetically and unquestioningly with Israel over the decades. And that will be their preference. That will be where all the energy is pushing. But now it's an open question. Like the fight is actually on. And if history is any guide, the way that coalition will eventually sort the question out is on the side of freedom and dignity. But it will take like we said with the Dixiecrats, it took 30 or 40 years to root them out of the party. But it's now which included 1948 convention walkout, a 1964 convention walkout, until eventual victory. So the fight is now on, and to put a plug in for all of us, journalism matters to that very substantially, because without the facts out there and without the stories being told, then there's nothing to argue over. And so if people aren't signed up for DropSite, it's get on our free email list. Just go to dropsitenews.com and get on there.
I just want to add something on the election.
Of course.
The main thing is not to have your vote taken for granted. I remember running into a member of the DNC back in November, in a coffee shop. And he says, the Arab and Muslim vote is going to come to us. It's going to come to us. Are they going to vote for the guy who imposed the Muslim ban? Are they going to vote for the guy who, gave Jerusalem to Israel, who gave the Quran to Israel, and so on? So they take you for granted. I mean, yesterday, on the flight in, I sat next to Debbie Dingell, the congresswoman, and so on. And, she spent most of the time working and napping and so on. But as we were landing, we had a very brief, superficial conversation. And I asked her, and she said, yeah, we think that, the Arab voters in Michigan and the Palestinian voters will come back to the Democratic tent. I don't see how, vote as you want, but the one thing we should do is not have your vote taken for granted. It should have weight. It should have influence. And I tell you, a great deal has been achieved. I mean, look what happened this year. Sure, AIPAC was able to defeat, Cori Bush or Jamal Bowman. They did. But they were unable to defeat many others. Yeah. They put in a lot of money to defeat Summer Lee, for instance. And they failed, you know. I mean, I don't want to talk about, of course, Rashid Tlaib or Ilhan Omar or many, many others. But don't be afraid of them. They are panicky. They are really panicky because, you know, you are out there, you represent a new generation, the new, you know, young people and so on. So the one point, you know, vote as you will, you know, because I know there are many issues that one votes on, but don't allow the Arab and Muslim vote to be taken for granted.
Thank you very much. Just one interesting point is that Arab Americans have some of the highest voter registration rates in the nation, upwards of like 90%, but only turn out to vote at about 50% rate. So very high registration rates, but very low turnout rates, but we can change that. We can absolutely change that. So thank you so very much for your time, Laila, Ryan, Saeed. I'm Valentina Pereda with the ADC. Thank you everybody for joining us and continue to enjoy the program. Have a great day.
All right, everyone. Just some reminders. Again, thank you to our panelists for being with us. Right now, we are going to be heading over to the lunch locations. There are some people, just to let you know, the mosque, the Islamic Center of America, is open for Friday prayer today and a tour. If you wanted to go to the Islamic Center of America, and if you have business lunch tickets for the business event that you would have purchased tickets for, I need you to go immediately to the shuttle. Those who are going to the Islamic Center of America, Habib's for the business lunch, and to the canteen at Midtown, the first shuttle will be leaving right now. That is the only shuttle going to the Islamic Center. There's going to be a tour at 12:30, and then the return will be around 2:20. So please make sure if you're going to the canteen, if you're going to the business lunch, that you are paying attention to when the shuttle is returning and when it pulls up, because it's only going a few times back and forth. So we want to make sure you get back here to start the afternoon program, which will begin at 3 p.m. sharp. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being a part of ArabCon. We will still have people trickling in, coming back from lunch, that we want to make sure that we get the program started. I hope you're enjoying your day with us and that this will be a productive afternoon as well. Again, my name is Suhaila Ayman. I'm the organizer of ArabCon, and it's our pleasure to have you here at the National Arab American Convention of ADC. We are going to have our next panel, which is Insights from the Inside, Dissenters of the Biden-Harris Administration, and I'd like to welcome our moderator, Rania Batrice. We have Lily Greenberg-Call, Tariq Habash, Mariam Hassanein, and Harrison Mann with us. So I will leave you with the mic as well. Oh, thank you. Great. Sharing is caring.
Thank you so much, everybody, for joining, and welcome. This panel, as was mentioned, is Insights from the Inside. And I'm just so honored to be moderating this panel. My name is Rania Batrice. I'm a political strategist and activist, and have spent almost 25 years working at the intersection of a lot of things, but really the center of it all is collective liberation. So even more excited that I'm here, joined by all of these incredible people. And I do have to say, for all of you comic book fans out there, you may notice this is called ArabCon, Arab American Convention, which is a play on words of Comic-Con. And some people call these amazing folks and others dissenters, some call them dissidents. I call them Avengers, which feels very appropriate for ArabCon. So thank you to these amazing, amazing Avengers on the stage. Very quickly, Major Harrison Mann resigned from the Defense Intelligence Agency in November. He was the first U.S. intelligence officer to publicly resign. Tariq Habash resigned from the Department of Education in January. He was the first Biden appointee to resign and first Palestinian to publicly resign. Maryam Hasnan resigned from the Department of the Interior in July. She was both the youngest and the first American Muslim appointee to publicly resign. And Lily Greenberg Call also was actually the first Jewish appointee, to resign from the Department of the Interior. And we've kind of thrown her in here at the very last minute, so extra kudos for being willing to roll with it. I'm just going to start out by, there's obviously a through line here. You all worked for the Biden administration, you all resigned, so there's some similarities, obviously, but you all kind of got to it in different ways. So I want everybody to just hear a little bit first about how you got here. How did you get to that place of knowing, khalas, like I can't do this anymore? And Lily, I'm just going to start with you.
Thanks, Rania. I mean, I think I'll say it became pretty clear to me in October that I was, out of alignment with how the administration was responding to October 7th. I spent, the first few months. I mean, my first thought was, I wanted to use the proximity that I had and see what I could do from the positionality that I felt like I had. I also, I'm a Jewish American. I lost some close friends on the 7th and felt that those things, it was important to be very explicit in how I felt about Palestinian rights to people in the administration, given those parts of my identity. I also thought, I don't know, maybe kind of naively, that would somehow convince them more. Or, and I had colleagues who did not feel that they could be as vocal as I could. And so I felt, that it was very important for me to be very, very clear with administration leadership that I did not feel that, the retaliation and massacre of Palestinians would keep my community safe, would keep me safe, was the right thing to do, that anything about the status quo keeps any of us safe. And so for many months, I tried to do what I felt I could from the inside, and then, kind of just hit a point by the spring, really by the late winter, where things were just getting worse and worse, and nothing was changing. And if anything, it felt like administration leadership, in particular the president, was like digging their heels in on this policy. And I think I came to a realization that I actually had more power to shift the narrative from the outside than I did from the in.
Thank you. Harrison, I'm going to jump over to you, keeping everybody on their toes today.
Thank you. And yeah, first I want to thank ADC and all of you for welcoming all of us here, and especially welcoming me here. I think, given the nature of my service, I'm not necessarily somebody who deserves to be treated so kindly by this community, but I have been, and I'm gonna do my best to use the power and the experience that I can to try and bring some change to the situation that until April I was still a part of and still contributing to. So I used to work as functionally the assistant to an official inside the Defense Intelligence Agency, which is sort of like a smaller CIA that works for the Pentagon, who after October 7th was responsible for all of the analysis and advice on the Middle East that was going up to US policymakers, and also that we were sharing with our partners in the region, to include Israel, to include information that obviously was of benefit to the Israeli military through its multi-front campaigns from October 7th on. And from probably the night of October 7th, everybody in this room saw really traumatic and disturbing imagery and videos coming out of Gaza. And I saw that too, and I think people who are less moved by that might especially back in October, have thought that, that's not representative, or okay, we saw some awful videos, it can't be that bad, or it can't be that intentional. But I was also able to see what this looked like from the perspective of the US government. Perspective of people who have a lot of additional insight, who can watch the whole thing through a satellite, who have all sorts of other forms of information about it. And it looked very much the same to us in terms of the civilian toll and the extent of targeting and destruction of critical infrastructure, to include medical facilities and schools. So once I saw that not just me, but everybody I worked with understood the extent of the destruction, the kind of indiscriminate or maybe intentional destruction caused by Israeli operations, I was waiting to see what the United States was going to do about it, and at what point we were going to decide to moderate the level of support we were providing, both at the national level and even within my own office, where we were continuing to be part of intelligence sharing agreements. And, Ronnie had mentioned I submitted my resignation on November 1st, which is pretty early, less than a month after October 7th. But at that point, I had seen that even though there were concerns raised inside our government and our defense and intelligence circles about, hey, is this level of support that we're providing, is this going to implicate us? Is this going to contribute to gross violations of human rights, war crimes? Also, in that same short period, a number of institutions made the decision, we're going to accept the credible assurances of our Israeli counterparts. And that was kind of the end of that discussion. And so I was able to understand at that point, in addition to what you all were hearing, the President and the Secretary of State and Secretary of Defense saying that we were not going to be lightening or moderating the amount of support we gave to Israel, no matter what they did, and that every day I went back into the office, I was going to be contributing to both the incredible destruction and killing and ethnic cleansing in Gaza, and also this still spiraling regional escalation as a result of Israel's war in Gaza. And when you're in the military, when you're an officer, you can't really just hand in your badge and your gun and walk out. It's actually a very slow process. It takes 6 months if you're going as fast as possible. And so when I turned in my paperwork in November, I still was pretty shy about why I was doing it. I didn't really tell anybody this is why I was leaving. And I still kind of hoped, okay, maybe this whole thing will blow over and I can go back to my job, because I honestly, I really liked it, and I liked the people that I worked with. But month after month, and I don't need to tell you all how things kept getting worse and how red line after red line kept getting crossed. My last day in the office in April, I saw things were not getting any better. There was still no light on the horizon. And like Lily said, I thought about other people I know. I live in Washington, D.C. I have friends who are Palestinian American, Arab American, friends who since October 7th have been screaming with every limited means available to them to try and raise attention to what was happening. And I knew people would listen to me because of who I am and what I look like and the profession that I come from, and that I could not look those people in the eye again if I didn't try and use the privileges I had to publicize it and start speaking up.
Thank you. Miriam. Oh, we get it from both sides.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you to ADC for having all of us. I think for me, same as Harrison said, and I think it's a sentiment that a lot of people felt in the stages of late last year, early this year, that surely this really can't go on this long, and surely there's going to be sort of an end to it soon. And then I saw month after month, of course, as we all have, that just wasn't the case, and that the administration was really doubling down on this. And I think specifically at Interior, although Interior doesn't, produce foreign policy on this, it doesn't handle the issue directly. I think that obviously I think there's intersections with so many different issues. And I think, being at an agency that, and of course, I will say, I think that our country has a long way to go still in terms of righting the wrongs committed against Indigenous Americans, but still being at an agency where that's, central to the work, and then having that agency still be a part of this administration that is doing such harm to an Indigenous population, an Indigenous land in another part of the world. I really saw those contradictions, and it really just made it so difficult to do the work in a way that was very I couldn't do it in a passionate way. I couldn't do it in a way where I was happy doing it. I think that there were a couple different things that led me to my decision. Lily and I were at the same agency. She resigned before I did, and kind of still seeing the response to her resignation in the sense that there's still this culture of silence. It was still not really discussed. The Gaza issue was not discussed at work, and just having it be this really weird, having to continue to do work, understandably so, but on breaks going on my phone and seeing these horrific images, and then having to turn around and pretend like everything is fine, and the administration that I'm working for isn't funding and enabling this. I just came to a certain point where I just didn't want to do that. And I speak about this a lot, but I think a really huge turning point for me was seeing the student movement come to life, especially in DC at George Washington University. I had attended some of the rallies, the community rallies that they had, and really tried to go donate items, just support that community. And seeing that level of, I think, sacrifice, I think seeing the level of these students who, especially at GW and other universities, who saw the repression that Columbia students faced, and despite of that, they felt it necessary and felt it that they needed to speak up and fight for divestment, fight for what they felt was right. I then looked at what I should be doing, and I think as Lily mentioned, there's only so far your voice can go. So I felt, the way to make my voice heard on the issue was to resign.
Thank you so much, Miriam. Tarek.
So first, I just want to say thank you, echo the thanks to ADC, which is just an incredible organization that's been around longer than I've been alive, fighting for equality, fighting for civil rights for the Arab community. Just a testament to the work that ADC has done over the years is the ability to have people like me in places of power, in the halls of government. It is truly inspirational, the work that you guys continue to do day in and day out. And so just thank you for the work that you continue to do and for bringing us here today. I guess I want to go back to the moment that I realized that my position as a loyal Democrat in the Biden administration was completely shattered. And it was in the days after October 7th, after I had worked tirelessly for this administration to implement policies, losing sleep at night, to write regulations, to lead and develop an entire budget for the Department of Education, to fight for civil rights issues, to fight for affordable education, to make education better and to make it work for Americans around the country, and yet see every single day our government, our elected officials, our president dehumanize Palestinians, people who look like me, people who have the same names as me, and justify the massacres day in and day out that was happening to Palestinians in Gaza. And for me, that was so hard because I truly believe that our government is here to do important work to help make society better, to make our lives better. And that's what I tried to do. I took an oath to ensure that I was working in the interests of Americans. And what I saw was completely disconnected from reality. We had policies that we were going out of our way to make other people around the world, my people, less safe with our tax dollars. And even though I wasn't working on these issues, I could see what was happening. I mean, we could all see what was happening. And it was completely disconnected from reality. And so I would call my boss. I would call the assistant secretary for policy. And we would have conversations about it. And I would cry on the phone to him. I would go into his office. I'd go and say, like, we need to go up to the 7th floor and sit down with the secretary right now, because this is not okay. What we are doing is not okay. And the response I would get was, how's your family? Is everyone okay? No, they're not okay. We aren't okay. Arabs are not okay. Palestinians are not okay. We have to do something. We are the United States government. How can we be here and still feel this helpless? So for me, there was just such a disconnect from actually being in positions of having power and being afraid to wield it. And then the conversations continued, and I realized, no. It is not, in fact, that we were afraid to wield it. It's that they didn't want to wield it in a way that actually aligned with the values that we were all raised with, the values that we have been instilled with, that we care about human rights, that we care about equal rights, that we care about justice and democracy. What we were willing to do, what our government continued to do, was actually antithetical to that. It was the opposite. It was to continue the oppression of Palestinians. And despite the conversations that I continued to have with the secretary, the conversations that I would have with the White House, it was very clear that my humanity was not valued and it was subjective. It was only welcome in those spaces if I was quiet. It was only welcome in those spaces if I conceded that my rights were conditional, and that was something that I couldn't do. So for me, as a Palestinian, very, very early on, it became untenable to stay. And I had to find a way that made sense for me to leave and show that I didn't just leave because I was a Palestinian. Because we all know in this room, if you're Arab, if you're Muslim, if you're Palestinian, you are already othered. In our society today, there's an asterisk by us. We aren't treated equally. So we have to fight for that equality every single day. And that's what I felt like I had to do before I left. And so I spent a lot of time making sure that I had the receipts, that I could show people, no, I didn't just do this. I did this because they gave me no other option. And so that's why I left.
Thank you, Tariq. And I'm just gonna, before I jump on to the next one, make sure everybody holds the mic nice and close so everybody can hear. I am gonna move over, Miriam, to you. As I mentioned in the opening, you are still to date the youngest resignee. You've talked about what it meant to you to cast your first vote the last election cycle. You've talked about sort of how you went into government and what that meant to you. I mean, similarly, honestly, to what Tariq was talking about too. I think we all sort of go in, believe in certain things. I feel like you have a unique perspective, and I don't, we sometimes talk about age in a disparaging way. Everybody knows that's not what I'm doing here. But really, want you to be able to dig in a little bit to what that experience was like for you around not just age, but diversity in general. and that experience specifically within the administration.
Yeah, so I'm sure like most people who go into public service just went in very, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. It was like, I'm really wanting to see public policy be used as a vehicle for progress, and I felt that and I believed in that. And I don't want to say that I don't think that it can, but I think just from what we've seen over the past few months, and I mean with really a variety of issues, it just isn't the case when there's people who are unwilling to progress in charge. And I think the concept of diversity is something that was like on my mind a lot, because it's what I cited in terms of why I wanted to join the administration initially, because on their values page they claimed that they want a staff that reflects the diversity of the country, and so I really kind of went in thinking that I would be lending a hand in pursuing justice for marginalized communities across the country, and just felt like that I couldn't do that through where I was at. And I think the thing with really placing this strong emphasis, it sometimes veers into the territory of tokenism and just having voices there to point to say, we have these diverse voices, we have the most Muslim appointees, we have such a diverse staff, but I think we have to, as diverse communities, as marginalized communities, push beyond that and say that's not nearly enough, to just kind of have a seat at the table. If your input is just not valued whatsoever, if your perspectives and your opinions aren't valued, and I think, I'll say there were efforts by the administration late last year to hold listening sessions, right, for communities or for appointees who represented impacted communities, and still there really wasn't, that input wasn't considered, wasn't really heard. It was just to hold space, which again is pretty performative in a sense. And so I think, we're on the heels of just thinking ahead. I think we really need to challenge not having diversity just be basically diverse faces upholding a harmful status quo. I think it has to be far more than that.
Thank you so much, Miriam. I'm going to take a slight point of privilege and do a little bit of table setting. Anybody in here that knows me knows I have a lot of feelings and opinions about a lot of things, but here's one. One of my very strong feelings is that the cornerstone of white supremacy is division. It's intentional. We are intentionally divided from our allies as a way to ensure that none of our communities are liberated. So when I talk about collective liberation, I don't mean it in a buzzy, cute way that sometimes it's discussed. I mean it in a very specific way that's sometimes really hard to talk about, because let's be honest, as my dear friend Nina Turner often says, sometimes we need some confessing. All of our communities, at one point or another, some still have a history of biases and things like that. And then when you enter into all of this, the idea that we are intentionally being divided, we see the havoc that it wreaks. We see it almost on a daily basis. And it's extra super dangerous these days because of social media algorithms and all the things that I know nothing about, well, just enough about to be dangerous, if I'm being really honest. But they're there and we see it. And so my next question is actually for Lily. And Lily and I have been, and so we've been in the streets together. She's shown up in all, and I don't mean to tell your story because it's yours, but in all of your Jewish identity, a very proud Jewish woman who, like she mentioned, suffered losses on October 7th. and through work with If Not Now and others, has literally shown up as a real ally, a true ally alongside us. And so I want Lily to just, take a minute to talk to us about why. You very easily could have been like, I'm hurting too, I'm out. So I'd love for you to just touch on that a little bit.
Well, thanks for level setting that, Rania, and I'm so grateful for your friendship and love in this time. And also, just really honored, to be here and to even be considered an ally. I think, my community has a lot of work to do and a long way to go. And I'm happy to, as long as people will have me and as long as people will continue to listen to me, be a part of that work. I think in a lot of ways, yeah, okay, all right. It feels so unnatural. There's so much that I could talk about here. I think in some ways the biggest thing is that the Jewish community has been sold a lie that is part of what you're talking about, that our safety is, that our safety and Palestinian safety are mutually exclusive, that our safety can only come at the expense of another people's safety. And it's a lie that, after all of the trauma and experiences of genocide and displacement and persecution that we have experienced as a people, and in particular after the Holocaust, was really manipulated to play on that trauma and that pain and that very real fear of annihilation. I have known every single day of my life where my passport is, and I have lived a very privileged life in the United States. My grandparents came here, they did not go to college. I, 2 generations later, went to one of the best universities in the country, worked for the President of the United States, really fulfilled the American dream in so many ways, and still lived with and live with this pervasive anxiety and fear and sense that nobody wants us, and at any second, everything that we have could crumble. And the tragedy is that this is an experience that Palestinians understand, of course. And I think in a lot of ways, one of the things that was so key to me breaking through that myth and being able to realize some of the, the fantasy that I had thought about the state of Israel, and then to come to understand what it has meant for and means for Palestinians was getting to know Palestinians and getting to know their stories in their own words, and also having a lot of these moments where, hearing someone's story of their family fleeing in 48 and then going to Syria and then fleeing again, and just this multiple generations of displacement, and really resonating with it as a Jewish person, and realizing, that was something that lives in my body as well. And also the sort of, then realizing, okay, everything that I have been taught about what it means to be Jewish is about fighting injustice because of what we have been through, right? Is about this idea that you argue with authority, actually. You argue with God. We have this saying, 2 Jews, 10 opinions. We do not agree on things, and that's actually a really intentional part of our tradition, is this concept of, the word Israel means wrestle with God. It's the name that Jacob was given, right? So all of these, you come to a place where you realize that everything that you're actually taught about what it means to be a Jewish person in the world is then, you're supposed to put that aside with this unconditional support for the state of Israel, because of this idea, right, that it is seen as this salvation for our people. It is seen as the answer to anti-Semitism. And the problem is, the way anti-Semitism works is it's actually this really insidious cycle where, we are isolated from other people, and then often scapegoated by people in power, and then cooperate with those people in power to avoid the consequences of that, and then that further isolates Jewish communities from people that we need to be in solidarity with, and that's happening on such a massive scale right now. So, for me, I think realizing very much so that it is not just my obligation as a human being, and in particular as a Jewish person, to stand up against, to fight for people's freedom and to fight against injustice, but also that this entire status quo of occupation and apartheid is incredibly violent, and it does not keep my Israeli loved ones safe. It does not keep Jews in America safe. It does not do anything except perpetuate cycles of harm. And then I think, being in a place like the White House, attending some of those listening sessions that Mariam spoke about, and seeing people sitting in literal rooms, that say the White House, and saying that they feel so powerless, was so disorienting to me. And to see people in these positions of power justifying what was happening to Palestinians with this idea of Jewish safety. I mean, it feels like, I could have sure been like, oh, I'm hurting and I'm in pain, but the only way to address that pain is to stop what's happening. And the only way to stop what's happening is to be honest about why it's happening. There's no account. I don't want just like acknowledgement of the pain without accountability.
Thank you. I'm gonna go over to you, Harrison, and just table set a bit here by just naming the obvious, which is you have a very unique inside perspective. And from that inside of perspective, the intended and unintended consequences of the decisions of the United States and the decisions that are made, frankly, in our name, using our tax dollars, etc. So we have this audience here, we have a virtual audience listening. From your experience, I would love for you to talk about what is it that people can do as not just to stop the atrocities now, obviously that's, I think everybody in this room has that focus, but also shift policy long term, like continuously failed policy in this country.
So I'll start with the failed policy, and I've got a lot more thoughts on that than clever solutions, but I hope by sharing some of this with you, it will at least, I don't think anybody here needs to be reminded about the importance of keeping the pressure on, really no matter who wins the election, and even if your preferred candidate wins the election. I want to refer back to you talking about the importance of unity amidst efforts to divide, because I bet that can happen even within this community. And this is ArabCon, not PalestineCon, and I say that to recognize that a lot of you are from other places in the region, or your families from other places in the region, where they are also suffering or also at risk and have also known war, or still know war. And the bad news, or the good news, depending on how you look at it, is that I think a lot of these fates are intertwined, even more than they have been, because of U.S. support for Israel's war on Gaza. And what I mean by that is the trajectory that we're on, and I think y'all are aware that, right, the Israel-Hamas war, or the war in Gaza, has not stayed limited to Gaza at all, and at this point has involved governments or forces in about half a dozen other countries. And something that has consistently worried me, and not just me, I'm not a genius, people in government and out of government who are smart about this are very worried about this as well, is the trajectory of the war involving more countries in the region even more closely. And where we are headed, absent a major shift in US policy, is a significant escalation between Israel and Hezbollah. And by escalation, I mean an invasion of southern Lebanon again, and consistent, intensified bombing of parts of Beirut and elsewhere in Lebanon, beyond what we've seen for the past 10 months. That's gonna happen because Netanyahu is gonna run out of fighting to do in Gaza at some point. And he might even run out in the West Bank. And he still has a problem he can't solve, which is there's 60,000+ Israelis who are displaced from their home in northern Israel. And I used to think, doing my best analysis, and I didn't work there a long time, but I'm a trained all-source intelligence analyst. Okay, well, this is a bluff. Netanyahu doesn't really want to invade Lebanon. And somebody came to talk to me about this today, Alexander, wherever you are, and said, no, this is a bluff. They're not really going to do this. It's going to be disastrous for them. And I said, yes, that's true. That doesn't mean that that's going to dissuade Netanyahu if it means he can preserve his own hold on power. Even though his military experts know it's a bad idea, it doesn't mean that they won't do it. And U.S. policy to date has been to encourage this outcome, even though we say we don't want it, because on multiple occasions, different administration officials have promised that Israel will have its full support if it goes to war with Hezbollah. It was referenced, unfortunately, in Vice President Harris's convention speech, and then again in her debate remarks earlier this week. This war is also, in the best case, going to draw in parts of Syria where Hezbollah has freedom of maneuver. And I feel kind of dumb coming to this audience and trying to scare you about more war in the countries where some of you are from, and some of you still have family. But this will be even worse. In the 2006 war between Israel and Hezbollah, we had the Bush administration, which is actually much less pliable to what Israel wanted. We did not have an Israeli administration that was trying to use it as an opportunity to drag the U.S. into war with Iran, which is a likely outcome if this war kicks off. And the reason I'm telling you this assessment is because we still need to save Gaza, but it's unfortunately far from limited to Gaza, far from limited to the West Bank. And really, if you are from a broad number of places in the region where your family is still there, they will unfortunately still be victims of this policy. And just like achieving a ceasefire in Gaza, really fundamentally the only way to head off this larger war is going to be our government applying pressure to Israel. It is the same medicine for both problems. So to bring this back to your question about solutions, I don't have specific ones yet, but I just kind of want to reiterate the importance of your pressure, not just before the election, not just for the interim period, but also after the inauguration, because unfortunately, the consequences of us letting up and not making our voices heard as much as possible are not going to be confined to the Palestinian territories.
Thank you so much, Harrison. And I'm just going to add something to that, and that is, it's not even just after January 20th. I would even say between November 6th and inauguration and beyond. I just think that's such an incredibly important point, and I know we all just appreciate your perspective so greatly, and understand, as much as so many of us want to throw our hands up and be like, what the hell are we doing here? We don't have that luxury. And the people that we love and the families that we love don't have that luxury. It's kind of a nice segue to what I want to talk to you about, Tarek, which is, some people know there have been public resignations, as are represented up here. There have been not so public, more private resignations from the administration. And then there are people actually still on the inside banging their heads against the wall like we are out here, but trying to still impact change from the inside. And Tarek, I would love for you to just talk to everybody a little bit about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we look at everything that's happened and we feel like everyone should be leaving, right? Like, how could you be part of this government? Well, the reality is that we all need a government to do the basic functions. I think the example is, like, you don't want your your mailman to resign. You don't want him to quit. Well, he's part of the government too, and we still need to get our mail. So there's still a lot of other functions, and just to be clear, I think there are a lot of people that should resign. Jake Sullivan, if you're listening, please.
Yes, please.
But that being said, there are a lot of people that are providing really important services within our government, and I think there's still a lot of opportunities for them to continue to find ways to put pressure on our leaders, regardless of how little they want to listen. And right now, it seems like Joe Biden just doesn't want to listen. He has his 3 or 4 minions of white men who have a very specific vision for how they see this policy continuing to fail forward. But there are a lot of people around them even who strongly want to see a change, because I think they recognize what we have recognized, and these are conversations I have with people in government all the time. I know my colleagues continue to have conversations as well. But there are people who are pushing. They are trying to find a way, and I think in a lot of ways, people always point to President Biden's horrific debate performance as the reason that he stepped down, but I think people can't discount the fact that his base was so fractured that there was no one who was going to protect him. There was no one who was going to save him, because people felt so strongly about how bad this policy was. And I think that has a lot to do with the movement, that has a lot to do with the continued dissent that we have seen inside and outside of government. And I think people are continuing that. I think people recognize that while Vice President Harris hasn't done all that she needs to, it's still our job to try and hold her feet to the fire every single time. She does a terrible job making it clear that we need to end the violence, we need to end this war, we need to create long-term peace. And I don't think that she has done a good enough job of communicating that. But at the same time, she is still in the government. She is still not the decider or the policymaker on this issue. And I think, to Ranya's point, it's not just after January 20th, whoever is president, but it is also that lead-up time. If she ends up winning the election, we need to be pushing her. People inside need to be pushing her and her team every single day to make sure that they don't continue this horrific policy. And I think we're even seeing that. We've seen, obviously, a ton of dissent. We've seen us resign. We've seen our colleagues resign. We've seen people on the inside continue to find new ways to communicate with their leadership. Just last week, there was a union. It was the second federal union that we've seen pass a ceasefire resolution. This is work that takes months and months. I think we know this just in our community organizing as well, right? I think there's an effort here. I'm terrible at the counties in the Detroit area, so it's blanking on me, but there's an effort in Oakland County right now, thank you, to pass a ceasefire resolution. Federal unions, different federal agencies are trying to do this, and the fact that the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau was able to successfully pass a ceasefire resolution and is now working along with other unions to pass more of these resolutions. Yes, it is symbolic. Yes, these aren't agencies that are actually making decisions on the policies, and it's not the political leadership that are making the decisions. There is a ton of pressure on the inside. There's pressure from our communities, there's pressure from our states, there's pressure from all different corners, and all of that is going to make a difference. And that's why we can't give up. That's why we're doing what we're doing. That's why we're here. Some of us are here today, is to talk about how we can actually move forward so that we can actually change these policies and, you know, stop the horrifying scenario that Harrison was just talking about, because I don't think any of us want to see that. And so we have to just continue to keep our heads down. We have to continue to organize. We have to continue to work together with our own community and with the intersectional communities around the country, because we are absolutely this multi-faith, multi-ethnic, multi-generational coalition of Americans who don't think that this is a sustainable policy, or that this is something that can ever be how we are known as Americans.
Thank you, Tariq. As we come into sort of our final minutes, I want everyone on this panel, who again, there's a through line, right? There's a commonality, but there's also a lot of different lived experiences within government, outside government, etc. So I want to just give each of you a chance to give some parting thoughts. If everyone tuning in, if everybody in the audience, excuse me, can leave here and commit to doing one thing or understand one thing, wherever this question takes you, go there. What would that one thing be? And Harrison, I'm gonna start with you.
Yeah, there has been a lot of gaslighting or obfuscation from our government, unfortunately, about what's going on in Gaza, what's going on with negotiations. I'd like to be very clear, and I think I have some authority to say this. You are all not crazy. The way that you, as informed observers, as informed outside observers, are seeing and understanding the situation from October 7th to now has been correct. And it has been shared by many and most people who monitor this from inside the US government. So that the least I can give you is the confidence to know that you're not just morally right, but you understand correctly, you understand this as well as the people that you are trying to pressure and advocate against.
Thank you so much. Miriam?
Yeah, I think, a kind of final message, I would say that it kind of goes back to my previous point. I think that appointing Arabs, appointing Muslims to positions within the administration, or just in giving them opportunities in the high institutions is not real justice if you're committing injustices to Muslim communities abroad, Arab communities abroad. And yeah, I think that I don't think it applies to anyone here, but I think that it's important to remember that just because these opportunities are granted, that doesn't mean they are privileges, but it shouldn't push people or shouldn't kind of keep people in action just because they feel like it's a privilege. I think that it's important to I guess not be afraid to shake the table or just make your voice heard. And I think also there's a lot of sacrifice that comes with change, and it should be meaningful sacrifice. I don't think it should be, just careless sacrifice, but I think each of us has to kind of give up some sort of thing if we want to feel real change, and whether that looks like something simple, just giving up more time for the cause, maybe comfort in relationships, maybe you don't want to confront someone who's close to you who hasn't spoken up about the issue or something like that. But I think that we have to make those sacrifices, big and small. And yeah, I think that's really kind of what I'd like to leave everyone with.
Thank you so much. And I just want to, I'm going to take another point of privilege, that everybody on this panel and their colleagues who publicly resigned, it's not just the consequences in the moment. There are very, very real long-term consequences for every single person on this stage and every single person who publicly resigned. And the reality is, I think we need to fight against this too, but the reality is, and Tariq and I, we were talking about this last night even, it's going to be nearly impossible to get another appointment for the foreseeable future. Again, things we can fight against, but things that all of you had to consider. So just Miriam, thank you for naming it. The sacrifice, it might feel easy, like, this government sucks and what are you still doing there? Obviously I agree, but there are real consequences immediately and long term. And so I just want to say thank you to all of you once again. Oh, Harrison wants to say something.
Yeah, I just want to briefly respond to that because everything you said is true, Rania. But I also would like more people to feel comfortable resigning if they're in their position. And the risks and costs are real. But I just want to also add on top of that, I personally, and I think all of us, have found incredible new communities and people coming out of the woodwork, organizations I didn't know exist, who want to help us and have helped us all or will help us in various ways. And so for those who are considering taking the plunge, the costs are there, but you won't be alone, and you will find people willing to try and carry you.
This is like the third time you've almost made me cry. I'm going to need you to stop. But thank you. Lily, parting thoughts.
I mean, I think I just want to zoom out a little bit and maybe and sort of remind everyone that this is a long game. And, as awful as the last 12, 11, however long this has been, this year has been, right? So much has changed in this time around public narrative and sentiment, about Palestine. And even I can say, like, sort of specifically within my community, what we have seen shift. It's the kind of thing that I think those of us organizing in that space, had been thought would take 10 more years for it to happen. And of course, I wish none of this was happening, period. But this is the world that we're in. And I think folks in DC are often limited kind of by, our imaginations are limited by what we see as politically possible. But nothing really that has been worth fighting for, nothing that has happened in this country that has made things better, or anywhere in the world in movements for freedom and liberation has ever felt politically possible in the moment. We have to create the conditions to make those things politically possible. And everything that all of you are doing and that everyone in this movement is doing is creating that change, even if we don't see it right away. And we have to, kind of hold that and remember that. It's very, very hard and challenging, but to know we're in this for the long game, to kind of think of, in Judaism we have this idea, we have Olam Hazeh, which is this world, and Olam Haba, which is the world to come, and you can think of it as the afterlife, but it's also thought of, not everyone believes in the afterlife, so again, lots of diverging opinions. It's thought of as like the world we live in now and the world we want to build. And to get to the world we want to build, we have to be in the now. We have to be in this world with all its nuances and complexities and pain and injustices and, tragedies. But we have to remember the world to come and know that we are getting there. And I just want everyone to remember that. I know that I often, I'm not always, I don't always remember it myself. But I think that joy, that perseverance, and that hope and that clarity is what we need to get to that place that we want to be.
Thank you, Lily. And Tariq, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit and actually ask you to answer the question I want you to answer. Again, sure. Not sorry. You and I specifically have talked about, and I know a lot of people in this room have been involved in conversations around the imbalance of funding, of infrastructure, of, from the likes of, AIPAC, DMFI, et cetera. And it's not, obviously, it's not just a cycle. It's not even just 2 cycles ago. This has been a decades-long imbalance. And so as we talk about your parting thoughts, I want you to specifically speak to that, please.
Absolutely. So I worked in education for the last 12, 13 years. And for me, education is extremely close to my heart. But we're in a moment now where, honestly, I can't think about education outside of what is happening in Gaza, what's happening in Palestine. And I don't know if I'm ever going to have the opportunity to work on education policy issues again, because this is too important of an issue. And to Lily's point, we're here for the long game. And for everyone out there who's wondering, like, well, what are they going to do next? Well, like, this is it. This is what we're doing. Like, for better or worse, I'm going to be working on Palestine issues for the rest of my life, because I don't have the luxury of not. But at the same time, you know, like, it is a long game, and we have to figure out what that looks like and how we build the structures and the institutions that are going to last, you know, so that we can actually take on these issues and be successful. And to your point, there are people that are working against our interests. They're working against the interests of peace and human rights, and they're working against American interests, to be honest with you. And I think that's unacceptable. And what we need to recognize is it's not primarily a policy problem. There are a ton of really brilliant researchers, human rights experts, lawyers who have been building the body of work to identify and show how we can solve these problems. We know the solutions are there. We know what they are. It's not a policy problem. It's a political problem. And so, you know, what I'm hoping to do, and what I have been doing over these last, you know, a lot of months now since I resigned, but is trying to build those structures. And so hopefully, you know, when we're ready to talk a little bit more about that, which is going to be pretty soon here, hopefully, you know, we can bring you all into that effort, and we can all be working together, because it can't just be a handful of us that are working on this. We need to bring the entire movement along. And when I talk about that multi-faith, multi-ethnic, multi-generational coalition, it can't just be us. It can't just be our Arab community. We have to be part of it, of course. Our voices have to be heard. People need to know how important this is for all of us, but it can't be just us. It has to be all of us thinking about these issues for generations to come as Americans, because we cannot be left out of that conversation any longer.
Once again, just biggest thank you to all of you for joining today, and to everybody out there for listening in and for joining.
Again, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to ArabCon. Thank you for your patience as we go from panel to panel. Please make sure that you visit our vendors. There's also a concession stand outside if anyone needs to purchase any additional snacks or drinks. Thank you again to Hara's Coffee for their amazing Adani tea and coffee that they're providing, and one of our sponsors and partners. And again, welcome. I'd like to ask our panelists to please come to the stage. I know it's an exciting time to be able to speak with the activists and organizers that are here from the national community, but we also need to move on to the next segment of our program. So if we could please get everybody back to their seats. We have an important conversation on election strategy and where we go from here. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if I can get you to take your seats and to bring the noise level down to a minimum so we can start the next panel. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if I can get you to take your seats so we can start the next panel. It's my honor and privilege to introduce these extraordinary individuals to you. National organizers, advocacy workers, activists, and leaders in the political space. Help me welcome Mo Maraka, Nasser Beydoun, Dr. Manal Fakhouri, Linda Sarsour, and moderating this conversation is ADC National Executive Director Abed Ayoub.
Thank you. Thank you, Sue. We're going to get the session started. I promise that the vendors will still be there after the session, if we can have everybody take a seat. But this is an important conversation. I think we're going to touch on many topics, a lot of things, again, we're going to agree with, we're going to disagree with, but we're trying to forge a path and strategy forward that's best for the community. So it's important we hear from folks on the ground that are working and committing their time to our community, and that's why we have this, our esteemed panelists up here. I'm glad you can all join us. So if everybody could take a seat and move in, we'll get the session started. Again, the goal and purpose of this session is the strategy, is the election, the upcoming election. And each panelist offers a different insight, different experience on what we do during elections and what we could do as a community. So Mo was our data guy. Nasser is the former candidate. Manal does everything. Dr. Manal does everything. And Linda, we know, needs no introduction with her activism and her organizing. So all of them have been strong voices. So let's give them all a round of applause for being here, for contributing, for continuing to uphold the principles that unite all of us. But I'm going to get started with a simple question on what do you think the path forward is or the strategy forward is for community? It's simple, but yeah, not simple at the same time, Linda, thank you. But with everything going on, let's just start there because I think maybe the answers will get everybody's attention and focus. So I'll start with Linda to... I think I'm going to start with Mo. All right, we'll start with Mo at the end. We'll work it out.
What is the strategy moving forward? Well, I think I've been talking about this all year. Oh, okay. I've been talking about this all year. I think the strategy is, the truth is, I would say, that our community still doesn't vote. So I'm a data scientist. I've been a data scientist for 20 years. I've done it focused on politics since 2008, and I've worked on a lot of campaigns. And so I look at turnout rates and I look at communities' voting rates, and our community basically votes at 50 to 53%. That's just not just Dearborn. Dearborn is emblematic, it's representative of the Arab community around the country, but Arabs in general are voting at 50 to 53%. When you look at people who are under 30, that goes down to less than 40%. So less than 40% of the future is voting. So I think, and working with ADC, and I have a PAC, and working with Nasser, our path forward and our strategy for the next couple of cycles is to ensure that our voting rates match or exceed the national voting rate. And we become a reliable voting bloc that exerts power. But until then, you know, that's the strategy, for me at least.
And just, Mo joined the ADC team almost 2 years ago as a good friend. We kind of forced him to join the ADC team, and he leads a lot of our data work and has done a tremendous job, so we thank him for that. And basically volunteering his time for us, so thank you, Mo. Thank you. Nasser.
Thank you, Abed. In order to formulate a strategy, you have to understand the system that we're operating in. The United States has the most corrupt political system in the world. The only difference between us and the third world is we call our corruption campaign finance laws. And both parties are just as corrupt, and they have a symbiotic relationship on each other. They feed off each other. So we have to understand as a community, and from what I saw running for the U.S. Senate here in Michigan, is that we have to learn to play the game. We have to, like Mo says, get out the vote. But we also have to understand that our opponents are spending hundreds of millions of dollars to try to make sure that we don't succeed. And I've always said, and I will continue to say, that before you end the occupation in Palestine, you have to end the occupation of Congress. So just remember what we're up against. We're up against an entrenched organization, a pro-Israel lobby that has its tentacles in every aspect of government on the federal, state, and local level. They start grooming candidates. If they see an up-and-coming dog catcher in a city, they send them to Israel to show them what a beautiful democracy it is. So we have to fight. We cannot be silent anymore. We can't be timid anymore. We have to be in your face because America's future depends on us. We've got to retake our sovereignty from making sure that foreign policy is set in Tel Aviv and return it to Washington. So strategy has to be based on those premises.
Okay, assalamu alaikum, everyone. So for myself, I appreciate what Mo said about the voting, and I think if I were to poll the room, how many of you would say you are a super voter? Okay, good, a few hands. But if you're not, or you're not sure what I mean, I think you have to vote in three, right? 3 elections consecutively. So I'm the person that votes every election and saves her tag. I wear my tag all day when I vote. I don't necessarily post about it anymore. But going back to, and then what we heard from Nasser, and I think for so many years, I'm trying to remember if it was Pat Buchanan, who said it when they said the Congress is under occupation? Exactly. Yeah, Pat Buchanan. So it's an important comment, and I think what's beautiful now is that there is an awakening, there is a rise in everybody's consciousness, and it starts with every single one of us. So we can say they're doing this and they're occupying Congress, they're doing the work. And we have to make a decision. There's nobody stopping us from doing the work. We don't like the occupation, absolutely. It's set against us. I think the part when you dehumanize a community and you dehumanize a people, that's what is troublesome. To do the work, to spend the money, to lobby, to use the rules and the laws, that's being smart. So I just believe that we as a community need to always be careful. One, it's human nature, it's human behavior. egos. We start to split the community. We start to do the infighting. Sometimes, and what you think it was even Keith Ellison that said it to me. He said, when it comes to politics, it's not always one way. You have to really start to understand it's a game. And not that we like to play games, but it takes, we must begin with ourselves in terms of education. So every one of us has a voice. We have the ability to educate ourselves, educate our children. I'm always learning. And I love to pretend. So if I'm going out on a morning walk and I think, well, I just spent the morning with Noam Chomsky, or I spent the morning with Cornel West, or I spent it with, who was my most recent person, Chris Hedges. So there's no limitation. Everything is available to us. And then so for me, the strategy number one is that we get engaged, we use education, we use awareness, and we make a decision to really start doing true collaborative work and check ourselves, because in the end, it's really not about this organization or another organization or even a candidate. Who's going to help us end the genocide? Who is going to help us liberate Palestine? There's a system in place, and we have the opportunity to shift that system, shake the system, but we must be committed, and it can't be a part-time effort. And I love the previous panel. It's a commitment for life. So inshallah, we will get there soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Before Linda asks, I want to politely ask, if you're at a vendor table or in the back, the acoustics in the room is making it hard to hear. If we could just have it quiet a little bit. I'm deaf in one ear already, so I'm having a hard time. So please, if we can help me out, let's keep it quiet a little bit. Thank you. Linda.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Sometimes I find myself in a place where I have no words. And I keep telling people all the time, the Linda Sarsour that you knew before October 7th is not the Linda Sarsour that you know right now. And I say that from the perspective of this. I don't care who likes me in the community, who doesn't like me, who has something to say about what I do, how I organize. I personally, right now, my North Star is Palestine and Gaza. So everybody keep your critiques to yourself. And this is why I say that. Right now, we are in a moment in an election, and all of a sudden, mashallah, all the experts showed up. People who I have never seen organize a day in their lives are now trying to present election strategy to our Arab and Muslim American communities. People will tell me, Sister Linda, so-and-so said, I said, let me tell you about so-and-so. Let me tell you, you might not even know this. You know your voter record is public information. So right now, I could go into the National Voter Database, look up your name, and I know in how many elections you have voted in. So the loudest voices in our community who are telling us to forfeit our right to participate in this democracy are people that probably haven't been to the polls in the last decade. I am not interested in critics without credentials. If you have not organized in between the 4 years since the last presidential election, you don't get to set strategy for our Arab and Muslim communities in this country. Here's what I tell our community. You want to know what the strategy is, Abed? It's very simple. And it's the same every time. Your property taxes, you care about that? Yeah. You care about your water bills? Yeah. You care about funding for public education? Yeah. Access to high quality health care in your cities, in your towns, in your states? They decide that in your state legislators. So when you sit at home because you're mad at whoever's running for president, guess what? You are forfeiting the very things that actually impact your daily life because you're so self-righteous that you forget what truly matters for you and your neighbors in your community. This is not about your feelings. Our people in Gaza right now are sacrificing their children. They are still figuring out how to live when they are losing everything. And we sit here so privileged in this, whether you live in Dearborn or you came here from Harrisburg or New York City or Houston, Texas, or you came from Oakland, California, you are privileged, my friends. And so you don't get to sit here and be self-righteous in this moment because you're mad about what's happening in Gaza. Ask yourself, what is your righteous anger? How is that going to help our people right now who are literally losing their lives on a daily basis. Let's be honest, my friends. All of a sudden, people are telling you, here's what we're going to do in this election. You know what you do in this election? You go to the polls. You go in the, guess what? Nobody's going to be in there with you. Vote your conscience. You don't have to tell everybody what you do when you go to the polls. Ask yourself, sit with yourself for a second and say to yourself, what's going to get me closer to what I want? Does anybody actually believe? And I'm curious because there might be people who believe this. You think something transformative or dramatic is going to happen in November 2024? You think no matter what happens, let's just say, for the purposes of this conversation, we had a stellar candidate, someone who was amazing, who was saying free Palestine. You think that when they go and they win the election and go to the White House, you think they're going to right away sign a check or bill and that's it? Palestine is free? This is not how it works, my friends. So what I'm here to tell you is that in today, your commitment is not what you're going to do in November. I want to know who's going to be outside on November 6th and November 7th and January 1st and February 1st and 2027 and 2029. Because this fight for liberation for our people requires you every single day. Every day you got to do something for our people, whether you're giving to a humanitarian organization, whether you're making a call to your members of Congress. Look, we work on the Hill. People on the Hill say, Linda, I'll get 1,000 calls in a day. I'm going to be outside regardless. I was on the front lines for 4 years for Donald Trump on behalf of our community. There are people in our community that sacrificed our lives and our livelihoods to stand up for our community. And oftentimes, our community was nowhere to be found. Come on. At some point, I need our community to engage in some self-reflection. We're not good at self-reflection, Ihna, we're perfect. We debate politics all day. We're the smartest political people in the world. Our 7-year-old to our 75-year-old. Political analysts, all of them. But ask them what's the thing, the tangible thing that you have done for our people. In the last 11 months, and I want to say this and I'll end with this. I want to give my kudos and my salute to our young people, to the courageous students on college campuses across this country, including here in the state of Michigan. The Attorney General of this state, who's a Democrat, let's be clear. I'm just stating facts. I'm not even being nonpartisan or partisan. I'm telling you she's a Democrat because that's what she is. She spent taxpayer dollars in Michigan so she can charge 11 students in the state for frivolous nonsense like trespassing on your own. What was it when Abdullah became the mayor? What, 2008? When was it? 21? The Arab American community has been in Dearborn for at least 100 years. It took you about 100 years to get an Arab American mayor in Dearborn. MashaAllah, congratulations. You should have a majority Arab American city council in Dearborn, or at least 50%, if not more.
We do.
You do?
Yes.
Okay, that's great. Make it a member, do you have an Arab American that represents you in Congress in Dearborn or Dearborn Heights?
We do.
You do?
Rashida Tlaib.
I mean, Rashida got redistricted and did a little Dearborn, but Dearborn has never been represented.
Debbie Dingle.
Huh?
We had Debbie Dingle.
MashaAllah, Debbie Dingle, Zakfu ya Jama'a, Debbie Dingle. My point here is to say that there's so much great organizing that's even happening here in Dearborn. And you all know that, and you've seen it happen before. But it's up and coming. It's things that have happened maybe in the last decade. I mean, even watching someone like Nasser Beydoun rise up to run for United States Senate as an Arab American in a state like Michigan is something that was monumental regardless of what happened in that particular race. My point is in Dallas. Every day they tell me Dallas, epic masjid, this masjid, we're building big institutions. You go to the Islamic Center of America, 5,000 people will go to pray on a Friday in masajid across this country. You could have your own member of Congress, or at least one that aligns with your value, if you just get your congregations to get up and go to the polls. There are races that people win by 800 votes for. Remember when Rashida won the first time? She only won by like 800 votes. That's like the Bazian family. Literally. That's one Lebanese family that can get you to the finish line. So I say this with a lot of deep exhaustion. Wallahi, I'm so tired. I'm tired. I'm so exhausted. So many, especially, and I want to say one salute also to Palestinian American organizers. I am in awe of Palestinian Americans who are watching the live stream genocide of our people, and we could still get up every day. And we could still believe that we could make a change in a country that is aiding and abetting the genocide of our people with our taxpayer dollars. The fact that I still believe somehow that I can make change, I'm in awe of people who believe that. You are hope. You are what makes me believe. You are the reason why I get up every single day. And our people in Gaza are our North Star. They are a people of great pride and great dignity. The Palestinian people aren't begging you for an end to genocide. They don't beg. They are people that tell you, you know this is the right thing to do. We don't deserve what is happening to us. And in fact, oftentimes, you may want to you probably skip these videos. They ask you, what are you doing? شو الفلسطينية في الغربة? What are you doing for us? وين شعبنا اللي في أمريكا؟ شو بتساووا؟ شو قاعدين بتساووا؟ إلكم 100 سنة رايحين على أمريكا على الغربة، شو مسويين لنا؟ What did you do when you left to go to have better opportunities to educate your children and send them to Harvard and to open businesses and be entrepreneurs and doctors and engineers? Because the Palestinians, we are the best of our community. And you know that. We are the most brilliant. We don't need people to speak on our behalf. So my question to us is, what are we willing to sacrifice for our people when they are sacrificing things that we, my friends, have and they don't have? They are willing to sacrifice anything for freedom. The question is, are you? What are you willing to do? Me, I tell our friends all the time, they can take everything that I have. Because you know why? God always fixes it in his own time. I believe in that. What is yours and is meant to be yours. And what is not yours was not meant to be yours. So you're not sacrificing your job. You're not sacrificing your company. Rizq will come to you regardless. Be on the right side, do the right thing, and make our people proud just like they are making you proud every day.
Who wants to follow that one up?
I think you should end the panel right now.
Yeah, I mean, well, look, I mean, since in the open, we'll have a conversation about some of these issues. I think didn't have this on the list of questions, but one issue often in Dearborn that comes up is the issue around engagement. And engagement with the campaigns and engagement with administrations that's caused a division, a lot of conversation. It's particularly here in Dearborn. I know, so you saw it firsthand, and we talk about it all the time on what we're facing. It's just your take on that, and also the engagement part of it, especially during the genocide.
Basically, there is no engagement. We get lip service, we get a couple of statements, but we don't get a chance to sit down and discuss policy and how you're going to move forward. Donald Trump doesn't care. He's got a lot of people who support him. Because regardless of what he says, you have to remember that when Donald Trump was president, we didn't have a genocide and we didn't have wars. Kamala Harris, what I find ironic in how the system works is before she was the candidate, every newspaper, every pundit was calling her an idiot, a bumbling idiot. She couldn't do anything right. Subhanallah, as soon as she became the candidate, she became the next best thing to George Washington. So I say what Linda says, go and vote. And don't worry about the top of the ticket. Because the top of the ticket isn't going to change anything. Whoever comes to power is not going to stop the genocide. Because they're paid for. Donald Trump has Miriam Adelson, who gave him $100 million. And her husband gave him $100 million before, and he got him to move the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. Kamala Harris isn't going to do anything for us. She is a Zionist just like Joe Biden. I posted something the other day on social media, and I'm going to get a little vulgar. I said, fuck them both. America can do better. So let's focus on making sure we find the better candidates. We have people who are waking up in America. We have allies now. This is the first time in history where you can get up and attack AIPAC and the pro-Israel lobby and not worry about being accused about being anti-Semitic. You know, the ADL wants to ban kafiyas. This is how brazen and how afraid they are. They are losing the public narrative. The whole world, they've lost the world. The only thing they have is the United States. So we have to make sure they lose the United States. And you know, when they ask you, does Israel have a right to exist? I say no, until Israel recognizes the Palestinians has a right to exist and atone for the sins of 1948. So Jews have every right to live in the Middle East. Zionism is a dead philosophy. It's a fascist philosophy that needs to end. So this is the message that I ran in my campaign. And I wasn't afraid to run it. And I wasn't afraid to say it. But we need to be strong. And like Vinel said, we got to start looking at the least common denominator as a community. Stop separating and dividing ourselves. Are we Lebanese? Are we Palestinian? Are we Yemeni? Are we Christian? Are we Muslim? Are we Shia? Are we Sunni? Are we from this village or that village? Yeah. Forget about that. When we see 40, 50, 60, 100,000 of our brothers, sisters, and children being slaughtered, put everything aside. If that doesn't wake us up and bring us together and causes us to fight for America's soul, forget about Palestine. We're fighting for America's soul because our country is the one responsible for the genocide.
That's right.
It's our money, it's our weapons, our institutions. So we need to fight, and we need to come together as a community, and we need to get out there and vote and be active. Board of Education, City Council, State House, State Representative, whatever it is, Wayne Commission, County Commission, whatever it is, we need to have people there, because when you go to Capitol Hill, there are pro-Zionist activists in every single office, in every single legislative. We need to have somebody from our community. So all I have to say is that forget about 2024. Just make sure we go out and vote and show the numbers. We don't care who wins the presidency, because it's not going to affect us. And they can't sit there and come back to us and say, oh, Donald Trump became president because you didn't support Kamala Harris. No, you chose a bad candidate.
That's right. Thank you, Nasser.
I'm going to make a little addendum to Nasser's. First, I want to say around the issue of engagement, and I think Abed's point is that the campaigns are going to go into all the communities, right? They're going to go to every city, they're going to go to every town. And I'm just going to say this again, and I know people might think I have no humility. I'm telling you, your Palestinian friends are the smartest people in the room every time. And so anyone who thinks that they can go engage with any campaign or any administration without coordinating, organizing with, centering the leadership of Palestinian American activists, organizers, scholars, academics, engineers, you name it, we are that. And that is the thing that upsets me in our community, that people actually think because they get an invitation to the White House or they get an invitation that they're willing to just leave people out of the conversation so as long as they are the ones that got the invitation. In fact, a story happened, and I'm not going to mention no names here. One time there was a White House meeting and I got inside information, because we got people on the inside, my friends, just so you all know. And so they called me up and they said, FYI, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 have been invited to a White House meeting and it's going to be about the whole Palestine situation. I said, okay. When I started calling people in our community, they were mostly Muslim folks, no Palestinians, to be clear. I think at that time there might have been one Palestinian that was invited. You know what the response that I got was from the people that I called, telling them I heard word on the street is you're going to the White House? They said, how did you know? That was the response I got. Because people think they could go inside to a meeting without any organizing, any strategy. What are your demands? Every other community goes in to advocate for their people, for their agenda, and they have had 50 meetings before they go to the meeting. That is how you organize, my friends. If those 5 people should have called our people in the community and said, hey, can we have a little Zoom call? We got invited. We think there's an opportunity here. What are the main demands of the Palestinian American community right now? What do you want right now? Whatever it was at that time, because this was in the beginning of the... we are beyond ceasefire right now. You killed almost 200,000 people. We're not going to know the real numbers until after this genocide passes. So we're beyond ceasefire now. But what I'm saying to you is, no matter what the demand is, it doesn't matter what the demands are. You're supposed to pick up the phone and call and say, I got an invite, and I want to make sure that I am loyal, that I am really bringing the best of our community. I want to make sure that I am saying what needs to be said to the faces of those that are in power. What's the demands? We have a meeting, we coordinate. The other thing that other communities don't do that we do, and I'll tell you what we do. Our community is very good at this. The good Arab and the bad Arab, the good Muslims and the bad Muslims. Oh, this Muslim, too radical. Keep them off the list. And so the White House decides who they meet with based on what they believe your politics are. So they were choosing people in our community who never criticized Joe Biden. What kind of conversation do you think that they're supposed to have in there with nobody who hasn't critiqued Joe Biden at the time for aiding and abetting a genocide? Any other community, they'll meet with whoever the community decides is their leadership. You don't get to decide who my leadership is. The White House doesn't get to decide who our leadership is. So let's say, for example, you're invited to a meeting. You need to ask yourself and be humble. Am I the right person that should be going to this meeting? Because half them people don't be the right people. And they have no humility about it. They just want to get into the White House. It's not that nice in there, just so you know. I've been there before. It's not that great in there. My point is that if you're going to engage, be strategic. Be principled. Be consistent. Reach out to those that are on the front lines organizing policy, that are organizing on the Hill in our community. You know damn sure well why there are certain people in our community who are not at the table. You think Joe Biden wants to sit across from Linda Sarsour? Yeah, Jama'ah. So anyway, I'm not a total non-engagement person. That's not my style. Because every other community is going to engage with every side and they'll sit at all the tables. So I'm not forfeiting my seat at the table. The problem is that our community will negotiate on behalf of those in our community. And so all I'm asking you is to be principled. And I know that this is ArabCon and not MuslimCon, but I happen to be Muslim. And that is part of my North Star and how I operate. I'm going to face my Lord one day. And for those of you who are either Christians or Muslims in the room, our Jewish friends, we all believe in the same God, you're going to face the same God. So just make sure that you are ready to have your back straight and answer to those things that you are doing right now, especially in light of this genocide.
Thank you.
Just to follow up what Linda said, she's absolutely right. You know, they speak to people who they want to speak to. They don't speak to the people in the community who truly represent. And do you think that the pro-Israel lobby goes into a meeting into the White House without everybody on the same talking points? No. Whereas we have organizations, national organizations, who go to the White House and basically discuss their own personal agenda and not the community agenda. We don't want to name them right here. Ask Linda later. She'll tell you. She's got the full scoop. So we need to make sure that, like Linda said, we all agree on who represents us.
Yeah.
And who's going to talk on our behalf. Because there's people in this community that will sell their mother to be seated at the White House. And I'd rather not see Joe Biden or anybody else if it's going to basically not be able to represent the community that I love and the people who are dying in Gaza.
Thank you. And just, Manal, I'll turn it over to you, but it's not hard to reject an invite from the White House. We've done it multiple times since October, so really it's not hard to do, and eventually they'll come back. So, thank you.
So I'm glad we're having this panel because I think there's still people saying that the community is asking the leaders, what do we do this election? And Linda articulated a lot of it right now beautifully. But things that we have stated here together that I think people need to think about is when you speak about Zionism, Zionism is, the Jewish Zionists are a smaller group than the evangelical Christian Zionists. So that is something we need to understand and we need to teach. So I think there's so much good that can happen. And I have to borrow from ifamericans.org. I remember when I came across that website, and it's beautiful if you read their mission statement, and they say that in a true democracy, that the highest level of decision making, it's not even the government, it's the people, it's the will of the people. And if the people know, then they will make the right decision, the right moral decision. But a lot of times, things are being misreported, they're underreported, they're not, accurately reported. So then we make the wrong decisions. So in my experience with working, and we can't just stay in our own silos and our own bubbles, because when I was sometimes approached by the Arab American community, I say, I actually spend more time with the American community, with the business community. Like that's a group that I actually have more influence in. And it's important to have those conversations because you learn how people see things perhaps differently, and you can learn to bring, just to cross-pollinate back and forth. So I'm just going to stress that, that we understand, the Christian Zionism and what we need to do to overcome that. And then the other thing that we spoke about the right to exist. And I think there's a really nuanced way to understand how to answer that question about Israel's right to exist. So and especially when you ask a Palestinian, it's almost like asking a Jewish person, was it okay for the Holocaust to happen? Because then you're basically saying that you're asking me to accept the state of Israel with the Nakba as a Palestinian, but then you would not expect that to ask from a Jewish person for them to have to accept the Holocaust. So there's a real, nice distinction that we need to understand in how we address these questions. It's almost, the Piers Morgan piece where he's like, do you condemn? Do you condemn? And I think you have to learn, how to communicate, and I think that's part of where we were lacking for so long. And thankfully, we have great spokespeople that are starting to really, hit the airwaves and the media and are causing this change. And back to the students. God bless the students, and I hope we can see. Yeah, we can see a continuation of that work because that work really is shifting. And then remember Vietnam. Now, Vietnam, even though when it happened, it took 6 years. So I try to, even if you can correlate and help people to try to connect the dots, that, like we ended Vietnam. We were able to get, the Berlin Wall came down. We have so many examples that we can actually point to let people know it's going to happen. It's just a matter of time, and we want to accelerate that time.
Thank you. Mo, you want to?
بسمع لك. So who here is Palestinian? Okay. أنا خليلي. Okay, so I'm from Hebron. So if you know anything about people from Hebron, we were raised to speak our mind. We're very direct. I say this to Manal, you have to be gentler, rounder edges. Nasser, I worked with Nasser for a long time. Abed and Linda always counsel me, smooth it out. But I have to be honest with you. I've been in DC for 20 years. Here's the difference between our community and the Jewish community. The Jewish community is led by their business people, by their moneyed interests. It starts with people with a lot of money, with wealth. And the wealthy people find activists and fund institutions that can work on policies that benefit their interests. In our community, it's reversed. It's reversed. It's led by the activists. And a lot of the people, and I'm not saying certainly not all of them, there's a lot of very generous Arabs. We know a lot, Nasser. But most of our community is worried. Our moneyed interest is sometimes timid, sometimes shy with how they are supporting institutions. Without money, I'm going to tell you the truth, without money in America, nothing happens. You all know this. You all know this. If you don't have the money to campaign, you don't have a campaign. You don't have money for ads, you don't have a campaign. You don't have money to contribute to congressional candidates, Senate candidates, you don't have PACs, you don't have a voice in this country. And so we have to be honest with ourselves and say, and I mean, you know, me and Linda, she tells me to calm down, but I've been yelling about this all year. Where's all the money? Where's all the money? Where's the money for ads on TV? Where's the money for ads on digital? Trust me, I've been working with these, you know, Linda and Manel, and you know, we have a big group that works, and people are scrounging, and me and Nasser. And Nasser, we raised a lot of money, but it was on $83 a donation. Our average donation was $83. The number of people that maxed out to a Senate candidate in Michigan, you could count on, you know, on your fingers. Maybe a couple of toes, but mostly on your fingers. So we really have to be honest. We have to set up institutions. We have to fund institutions. And Linda brings up a really important point. After the election, we all go away. And then it's in 4 years, everybody's interested in, or if there's an Arab candidate, we're interested again. But the power of institutions like ADC, like ACRL, like, you know, CARE, like, which Manal is the chairboard, is that they work every day, every day. But for them to do the work that they do every day, we have to be able to support them as a community every day. Starbucks, don't, you know, take one Starbucks out of your week. I'm not asking if you haven't boycotted Starbucks, we really have a problem. But, you know, let's be honest. I drive by and I see some people. I'm like, sister, that hijab looks good, but I don't know, man. That triple white mocha, you know, in your hand is not that, you know. But take one Starbucks out of your week. That's $5. That's $20 a month. That's $240 a year. I mean, I'll tell you, they'd love that at CARE. They'd love that at EDC. We love that. We love that. We'd love that. And if we get enough people doing that, then ADC and CARE and all these institutions can have lobbyists, can engage on local level, you know, municipal level, state leg level, congressional level, Senate level, and eventually presidential level. But until that happens, the activists can't do very much because they're fighting with one hand tied behind their back. And they're fighting a monster that has 18 hands.
We're a very rich community, but the problem is we have deep pockets but short arms. Let me tell you my personal experience running for Senate. Michigan's going to have a new senator. Her name is going to be Alyssa Slotkin. Alyssa Slotkin, if AIPAC and the CIA had a baby, it would be Alyssa Slotkin. She is, and there's a reason they chose her to represent Michigan. She is going to be one of the most pro-Zionist senators in the Senate. And it's funny because let me tell you a little history about how the money works. In December of 2022, I announced I was forming an exploratory committee to run for U.S. Senate against Debbie Stabenow. In January of 2023, Debbie Stabenow announces she's going to retire. The next day, Alyssa Slotkin announces she's running, And the day after that, she raised $1.5 million. She's raised to date over $20 million. Mo and I worked our ass off to try and raise over $1 million. We raised it. And we were able to have a voice all across the state. And when AIPAC offered me $20 million to drop out of the race and run against Rashida, I said no.
To be honest, it's not hard to raise money when you have a guy like Nasser who says things like, deep pockets, short arms, and before we end the occupation, we have to end the occupation in Congress. And it was very easy to raise money.
But we still had a hard time raising money, even though what I was saying. And there was actually one national organization that was going to endorse my opponent that was supposed to be responsible for uplifting Muslim candidates. So, no, not going to name them. So basically, the money is, we need the money. We don't need as much money as them because they have to hide a lie. We have to uncover the truth. So what we need to do is make sure, like, Manel is great. She is one of the leaders. And how many phone calls a day do you get? People asking for money? A lot. But when I was asking people for money, I felt like I was begging. But then you get some people that on a text message, a guy from Dallas, Texas, a Palestinian, donated $3,300 off a text message. Was it Ed? Yeah. So I wanted to call and thank him. So I called to thank you for donating $3,300. He goes, my wife's going to give you $3,300, my other brother's going to give you $3,300, and that brother's going to give you $3,300. And I felt sorry that we were removed from the ballot because people trusted me with their money. But the state of Michigan and the corrupt political process used a narrow defined statute on a seldom used law to remove me from the ballot and disenfranchise 24,000 signatures. So the system is corrupt, but we have to fight the system. And we need money.
Thank you. Now, if you wanted to add any, on the funding donation front conversation.
I'm wondering where we're going with the conversation because for me, I wanted to share something with the funding and with that. Believe it or not, back in so to be completely honest, I was born in Palestine, grew up with an amazing family. I think my brother started BDS before there was BDS, in the family store, he was boycotting Coca-Cola. So my family really was very much connected to Palestine, and I was born there. And that yet, as I was growing up, I was also very engaged just in, school and regular, American life. And then probably in 2009, I got involved with United Voices and started taking students to DC. I say all of this, that in 2011, J Street was new. So in 2011, I took Riyadh with me and we attended, I think maybe it was their second year, because I still have the booklet and the bag at home. I can tell you the date. And the reason, what happens there is I meet someone at J Street and he says, this is like a backyard picnic compared to AIPAC. He says, AIPAC, every single speaker has 3 talking points. This is from 2011. I still remember the 3 talking points. And the first one was, friends don't fight with friends in public. And that was relating to Biden and Netanyahu. So that was one. The second one was approve the aid package. And number 3 was sanction Iran. One conversation, 2011, and they make sure that every speaker repeats those talking points. So this is how they operate. So getting back to the money, and I'm so grateful to your comment a little while ago, because when I look at signs of hope, and I call it a dose of hope. Every day I look for a little bit of hope. So the ADL downgrade is a dose of hope. The student in campus is a huge bolt of hope. And then the same thing with AIPAC, tracking AIPAC, rejecting AIPAC. There was a time we could never even mention that. You couldn't even say it. And now ordinary Americans, young people know what that lobby is all about. So we just must continue to do what we do, and we have to be smart with our money. And so I think I'm all in favor, and there was a time, and I'm seeing Hammoud, who organizes so much in Florida, so that's the type of work we need, is local organizing, city by city. I also remember attending for Obama's second cycle. Michelle Obama came to the University of Florida, and she said to us, in the state of Florida, he won by 49 votes per precinct. I mean, it gets close. So 67 districts, you open up an office. Like, there are systems, there are things that we can do as a community, but we have to collaborate, we have to organize, we have to agree that we want to have that strategy, or we can just all work in independent lanes. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to have Linda close it out and turn the microphones off.
And turn the mics off and start the next panel. I just want to make sure I make 3 points. Number one, unity is not uniformity in our community. We're not all the same kind of people, so we're not always going to agree exactly 100% on every issue. Even the people on the stage, we debate all the time. We don't agree on some things as well. And that's normal, just so we're clear. So that's one. This idea that we're supposed to all be homogeneous, we are not homogeneous, and that's not what we're trying to be as a community anyhow. So unity is not uniformity. We just have to be united by our values and our morals and our principles. And we could debate all the other stuff, and that's going to be fine, and that should not be a reason why we divide our community. Number two, I want to be on the record, because this is important to me. Donald Trump is bad news. And so anyone, just in case we're not on the same page in this room, Donald Trump is bad news, and we got to be clear about that. I'm not ashamed. You could take that, translate it in whatever way you want. You could call me a fearmonger. Donald Trump is bad news. There are 2 Supreme Court justices that are up in the next 4 years, and you best to believe this country is going backwards already, and it's going to go more backwards. So just want to make sure that I'm on the record here, that Donald Trump is not our friend. Donald Trump is not going to do anything for our community. Donald Trump is not the kind of administration that I, as an organizer, want to organize under, my friends, because I've done this under Donald Trump before, and I'm too old for Donald Trump. Again, I'm just letting you all know. So I just want you to make sure that we're on the same page. And this is the last thing that I'm going to leave with all of you. Many of you, if not most of you in this room, are Arab Americans. You are either Arab Americans who are immigrants to this country, or you are the children of Arab immigrants. I'm a daughter of Palestinian immigrants that came to this country. And everything that I do every single day is to make my parents' journey to this country worth it. Because my parents left everything in Palestine to come to this country so that I could raise their children in a democratic country where I could speak up and I could get high quality education and I could be an organizer and I can speak and I can hold the mic and I can sit on a stage like this. My parents sacrificed so that I could be here today. So you better believe that everything that I do is to make my parents' journey worth it to this country. So do the same. Make your parents' and grandparents' journey to this country worth it, and make it worth for those that we left behind, our uncles, our aunts, our grandparents, our cousins. They are counting on us and everything that we have built and benefited from these United States. Sisters and brothers, this is what I'm going to say. I don't take this country for granted. People tell me all the time, if you don't like it here, go back to your country. I tell them, free Palestine, and I will gladly go back to my country. But I still don't take this country for granted because it provided me opportunities that I would not have otherwise had if I lived under a military occupation. And so while I don't take this country for granted, I want you to know that when you fight for freedom for Palestine, when you fight for undocumented people, you fight for marginalized people in this country, guess what you're doing? You're still telling this country that I love you enough to want you to be better. Because if we as Arab Americans didn't love this country, we would just let it go. We just keep doing what you do. But we fight every day because we actually believe this country does have potential. And the potential is you and me. So don't give up. Don't give up on this country because our parents gave up everything to come here. And I'm not about to give that up for anybody who's telling us to go back where we came from. We belong here, and there would be no United States of America without us and without what we have contributed to this country. So don't give up.
Thank you. Thank you all. So appreciate the panel. We'll end it on that, and the next panel will start in like 2 minutes. Thank you. Sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute break, and then we're going to start our panel for the social media and censorship. So please make sure, visit our vendors, use the restrooms, get something to drink, and be back in here in 15 minutes where we're going to start the last panel for the day. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if we can please get everyone to take their seats. This is the last panel for this afternoon. If we can please have everyone come back to their seats. For those of you who are purchasing things at the vendor tables, please do so quietly as you can be heard in the front of the room. We have an amazing panel for you of extraordinary individuals who've been making quite the impact on social media, and we're going to have a very open and honest discussion about censorship and social media. So please, if I can get you back to your seats, and to please bring the noise level down to a minimum, please. This has been a wonderful opportunity for us to share with you the work that not only ADC, but its partners nationally have been doing. ArabCon is an opportunity for us to gather, to network, to mobilize, and to commit to working with one another to make our future brighter and better. So thank you to each of you for being here. I know tomorrow we have a full day as well. So please, for those of you who are here today, be here bright and early tomorrow, as it is a full day and it's a packed sessions. There are packed sessions throughout the day, as well as the gala in the evening that you surely do not want to miss. So allow me in welcoming all of our influencers. And if you didn't know that they were influencers, you should know by them taking selfies and videos of themselves while they're standing on the stage, doing their TikTok videos and lives from the lobby of the convention. Thank you, and they will be led by our ADC moderator, our attorney, Chris Godshall-Bennett. I'd like to welcome Ali Awad, attorney extraordinaire, CEO lawyer, Andu Jamhur. We are honored to have you, Ali. Thank you for joining us. Amani Al-Khatatbe, founder of Muslim Girl. She has really set herself at a level above the rest when it comes to talking about issues that impact especially Muslim women and Muslims in the news space. So thank you, Amani. Jacob Berger. Jacob is coming to us from New York. An ally, a strong voice for Palestine, and you'll find him everywhere from protests to his lives, and he has been making quite the impact as well. It is our privilege to have them here. He just recently returned from Egypt, where he was on a humanitarian aid mission as well. Hamza Saada, who is, I have to say, even I was enamored with this young man, watching him so eloquently put people into their place. It's been a blessing to watch him and to watch the work that each one of them have done. They've really made an impact on social media. So I'm going to turn it over to all of you. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. And again, please keep the voices to a minimum.
Thanks, Suhaila. Like she said, my name is Chris Godshall-Bennett. I'm the legal director at ADC. If I talk too fast, I'm from Jersey, so just let me know, and I'll just wave. So I'm moderating today's panel. It's a difficult issue, right? I mean, social media is sort of this two-pronged thing. We have relied on social media to document and to put eyes on this genocide. And at the same time, social media is controlled by these unaccountable, very powerful companies. Just a few of them, honestly. There's like 3. That completely control what stays up, what comes down, and there is very little in terms of recourse if your content is removed. It is an essential platform at this moment, And my panelists here have, been at the center of using social media to agitate and to advocate and to educate on what's happening in Palestine, what's happening in Gaza. And I'm really excited to hear their thoughts, and a little starstruck by some of them for sure. So I just want to start with like a general question, right? Like what do you think, from your experience, especially over the last 11 months on your platforms, like what is the importance of social media in this moment? How can you use it to continue to sort of draw attention, to get other people involved? What do you see the place of social media before we get into the more like, the question of censorship itself? I'd like to hear all your thoughts if you don't mind. So, you want to just go down or somebody want to take it first? I'm flexible. You're going first.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, no, social media is really important, it has its, good things and then its benefits and obviously, its downfall when you get censored, and we'll get into that later on. But yeah, social media, even with censorship, if you do get something to get pushed out there to reach millions of people, it could be very powerful. It's a powerful tool, we've seen this happen since, October 7th, the rise of pro-Palestinian content over social media, all social media platforms, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, you name it, right? We've seen protests with millions of people attending in countries like, Indonesia, other countries, just millions of people really protesting for Palestine, and that wouldn't have happened without social media. No one would have seen what's happening in Gaza. Mu'taz Azaiza wouldn't have had a platform to show what is going on in Gaza, right? So, social media is very important to get the word out there. Censorship is obviously a huge thing, but you can post 100 videos, even if 1% goes viral. There you go, you did it. That's a victory to me, And you'll have like protests, like 400,000 people in Washington D.C. Protesting for Palestine. We've never seen that in the world, like ever, First time in history, and that's because of social media. So we got to keep using it and free Palestine. Yeah.
Yeah, social media is so important. This is one of the first genocides that's being fully live streamed in real time. A quote that I love to say is sort of, the revolution will not be televised. And that's not referencing to whether it's on TV or social media. That's talking about the mind. Until we have a revolution of the mind, things will not change. And social media is incredibly powerful. Social media allows us to connect to people all over the world. And I speak to people from Gaza, in Gaza regularly, and they tell me, Jacob, we are feeling left behind by the world. They are slaughtering us. But watching content from creators and seeing the rallies and seeing people in the streets for us, it gives them hope. So social media is incredibly powerful, and we are using it in a way. That's why the powers that be want to try and shut us down at Meta, and that's why they hate TikTok, because they can't control TikTok. We've spoken to people at TikTok. TikTok has basically said, we're fine with the Palestine as long as it's getting the views. We're not gonna censor that. At least that's on my side. So again, social media, incredibly important. It is one of the most powerful tools we have in the movement, and we need to keep doubling down on it. And people need to not be scared to make content. You need to grow a pair of balls and post something.
That's true. The revolution will not be televised, but it will be live streamed. I think this is what speaks to the power of social media today. Honestly, the best way that I can answer that question is by posing one to all of you guys. I would like you to raise your hand if you have ever posted something about Palestine on social media and have experienced censorship. That can look like your algorithm is messed up, content suppression. It can look like having your features be disabled. People were shooting their hands up in the air before I even finished the question. That's a testament to the power of social media today. What we're doing is we're undermining the authority of the institutions and the establishments that have been dictating our understanding of the world for far too long. And with social media, we're democratizing that narrative now. Instead of having the media speak on our behalf, speak on top of us, silence us, Social media is placing it in our own hands to tell our story for ourselves. And we've all seen how powerful that is. The revolution will never be televised, but we will have brave souls that are on the ground that are gonna whip out their phones, whip out their cameras, whip out their microphones, and put everything on the line to show people what's really happening right before their eyes. And look at what has resulted because of it. For the first time in history, social media posts that we've all shared, that we've all seen on our news feeds and timelines, are being used as evidence in international courts for war crimes. This is unprecedented, and every single person that has hit share has had a part to do with that. This is why for the longest time, I rejected this idea of armchair activism to discount people in past years that, oh, you know, you're just sitting at home, you're sitting on your couch, all you're doing is retweeting, all you're doing is posting about it on your social media. That has an impact. And every single person has a role in that. No matter how many followers you have, no matter what you think your reach is, you have that power literally in your back pocket now.
Assalamu alaikum. You know, you can look at the good in so many situations, and you can look at the bad. We can focus on...
Mike, closer. Hold it close to your mouth.
Closer, is that better? Okay. Assalamu alaikum, nice to meet you guys. No, I'm just kidding. You can focus on the good, and you can focus on the bad. We obviously have this double-edged sword that's social media. And if you're scrolling online every single day, and your thumb looks this fat, like if you've ever seen people that work at a chicken plant, you'll know what I'm talking about. But if your thumb is just getting that exercise and all you're really doing is just consuming garbage, not doing anything with it, and even worse, you're comparing yourself to this unrealistic standard that they put out on social media, and you do nothing positive with it. You just waste your time, you wait until it's enough to make you pass out, and then you wake up again and do it again. You're using it wrong. That's the bad side. Now the good side, even with all the suppression, even with all the indoctrination, even with all the negative, we are still able to make a huge impact in the world. And I'll tell you the exact moment when I knew that social media was really powerful. I have a history of being on social media for many years, but this past year has changed everything. In February of this year, I was in Mecca, in Saudi Arabia, with my brothers. We went to Umrah. And as I'm leaving the hotel, there's this pathway right in front of the Haram. As I'm leaving the hotel, this guy is walking in the other direction. He's like, "Hey, Ali, how you doing, man?" I'm like, "Yo, salam, bro. Are you with our group?" Because there was like 70 of us that came from this group. He's like, no, dude. I'm from Canada. I've just been following you on social media, and I love what you do." I'm like, subhanallah. I have never been to where he was in Canada. I live in Atlanta, which is, I don't know, 1,000+ miles away. But the things that we're posting on social media are getting national and international attention. And never underestimate that power of attention, because that's probably the best currency that we have right now. You have to make them pay attention to you. You have to make them feel like if they ignore you, they will be punished. And if the standard for that is just to click a couple of buttons and reshare and post, that's the lowest it will ever be. And if you can't do that, I will just say, I would rather die on my feet than live on my knees.
Thanks, guys. I just want to highlight something that Amani said. Like, I think this concept of democratizing media is a really powerful one. I don't think it's the way that people think about social media all the time, especially like, I mean, I know there are people out here who like, are like the kids on social media, you know? But it really is that, right? It is taking this tool and it is providing this counter narrative that is so essential while we're watching, you know, mainstream media not only not cover, but shout down the reality that we're seeing. So like, I mean, let's get into the censorship, right? Like what, you know, you all have, in some respects, broken through it. right? I mean, like, you're here because we see your content. But what have you experienced? Like, what does it look like when you get censored? Amani, you touched on it a little bit. I mean, have you been censored? Have your content taken down? What is the reason they give you?
Well, I would say that with our platform, we've broken through because of the fact that we've been doing this for so long. You know, I've had Muslim Girl since I was a teenager. It's been almost a decade now that it's been using social media the way that it has to build up an audience, to build a community online that we lack in real life. But I have to admit, and this is the first time that I talk about this publicly, but this past year has been the hardest year for Muslim Girl since I started it. The absolute hardest. After October 7th hit, we saw a very significant change in the visibility of our content. Obviously, as an editorial team, we felt that it was necessary to pivot all of our attention on creating content covering what's happening in this ongoing genocide, right? At the end of the day, social media isn't just a plaything. It isn't just for fun. These are tools that we get to enjoy, our generation gets to have access to more than any other generation in history, and that's a moral responsibility. And so you have to take that moral responsibility very heavily, right? What are you using your platform for? What are you using these resources available at your fingertips for? For us, there was no other answer than to turn all of our attention on Palestine. And the consequences of that have been swift, from watching the visibility decrease across our platforms to seeing even the breakdown of a lot of relationships that we've had with partners, with sponsors, with advertisers that either don't want to advertise alongside Palestine content or are afraid of alienating their investors or their followers or audiences or causing a backlash by aligning with a platform that is very pro-Palestine. But I think the difference, you know, seeing how difficult that the establishment tries to make it to talk back to genocide on social media, it's pretty obvious, right? So we've been lucky that we've been building up a really inspiring community for years now, many of whom are in this room, which I'm very grateful for. And those people are the ones that continue to support us day in and day out. And that's why for us at the end of the day, no matter how hard it gets, remaining authentic to our voices is the most important thing. That's the community that we're speaking to, and that's why we're here.
Yeah, just to add to that, you know, the way we fight through censorship, I mean, listen, you know, if you look at the Hadid sisters, for example, I mean, they didn't start off saying, yo, free Palestine, free Palestine. They built themselves up, right? With modeling, with other stuff. And similarly, I did that, right? I built my platform with gaming. I had millions of followers before October 7th off of gaming, you know, and, you know, entertaining videos and just TikToks and whatever. And then I shifted my content after I had millions to, you know, Palestinian content. So I used my existing followers to promote that. So if you start off, you know, promoting Palestine and free Palestine with no followers, I mean, you're more than likely going to get censored and shadow banned. So try to fill it in with like other types of videos to get those, you know, views, and then you can shift your people over to more pro-Palestinian content. And that's exactly what I did, and I'm going to continue to do that.
Yeah, I mean, censorship is definitely a very real issue. I mean, I've been, for those of you who don't know, I've been a TV film actor for 14 years. I went viral in 2017 for my comedy sketches. And I've been dealing with shadow bans in my whole career, especially I've always been an activist. I've spoken out for Black Lives Matter, spoken out for immigrants, for LGBTQ, anything you can think of. And but the amount of suppression on this is definitely palpable. And at the end of the day, I can sleep at night knowing that I'm doing my part. I'm not afraid to lose my page, and luckily we do have resources to get pages back if things do get taken. And you know, I think some people, especially influencers, I'm not trying to call any people out personally, but we all know people that use this fear to then not post about Palestine. They're like, oh, I don't want my page to be at risk, this and they're bullshit.
Call them out, bro. Call them out.
No, I don't need to call people, no. It's bullshit though. Like, don't be scared to post. Like, we all do it. We all need to do more. We all need to do more. I'm someone who's literally been to Egypt and helped people from Gaza on the ground, and I still don't think I'm doing enough, you know? So everyone needs to do more, and I'm tired of people worrying about censorship. Like, just post the damn content because the community is going to come around you. My page has never been stronger now thanks to the love and compassion that I've gotten from the Arabi Muslim world in standing with all of you. So, you know, just keep posting. Don't be afraid about it. You can make a new page, all right? If we're loud, then they can't stop us.
I gotta say, this Jewish man to my left is more Palestinian than a lot of us. When I posted that I would be speaking at ArabCon, I said I'll donate 100 tickets to the event. All you have to do is just comment the word ArabCon. And guess what Facebook did? They censored the word ArabCon, so none of the comments showed up. So every single one I'd have to go in and manually unhide it. And what happens when they censor it is your automations won't work. So if you have the ability to send automated messages, so it's just a little bit extra effort. But it's okay. It's okay, because look at what we're fighting against. I mean, if you don't fight now, there's nothing else that could possibly be more important. And I'll also say this. When you find your tribe, when you find your people, they got your back no matter what. And you don't lose a negative, right? The first day I posted a picture of the Palestinian flag, I had thousands of lawyers nationwide boycott me, say don't go to his events, don't do business with him. And that was okay, because I expected sort of the backlash. But what really hurt was the people that were my friends, the people that were my clients, the people that I've been doing business with for years now showed me their true colors. And I just came to the conclusion that if you don't believe in my right to exist, at the very least, you can't have my money. At the very least. So it's important for us to start doing business with people that support us. It's important for us to spend our money within our own local communities. It's important for us to go to the person that might have an inferior product, that might be more expensive, but you're still willing to spend your money with them because they believe in what you believe in. And social media will find your tribe. Use social media, find your tribe, come out to these events. It's not a waste of time. We're all human beings here. You can come up to us, you can talk to us. It's normal. And wallahi, the people in Gaza see it every day. The least that we can do is just keep them in our minds, keep them in our hearts, and speak up. I promise you it's worth it. I promise you it is.
That's really powerful. I think, you know, one thing that just comes to mind is, like, you know, makes me deeply proud to be an employee of ADC if Meta is suppressing ArabCon on your post. You know, I think, Jacob, you made it, you know, your point about sort of post, don't be afraid. Kind of kind of goes together, dovetails with what Hamza, you said, like this sort of advice on how can you know, not everybody starts with 1 million followers. It's not so easy. And some people use social media, you know, they need it. I mean, it's like an essential part of their small business, or they're just trying to start out. They don't want to be silent, but they want to reach the levels that you guys have reached. So what do people who are not afraid, they don't want to give in to that fear, other than what you suggested, right? The sort of, you know, switch it up, have other things going on. You know, what are some strategies you think people, just regular people, can do when they're posting about stuff to avoid some of these things, you know, or even, like, you know, you get your account taken down. What do you do? Like, who do you go to? Don't call me. I don't know.
Yeah, so to be honest with you, you can avoid it. I mean, these social media platforms are Zionist ran, you know, every single one of them. They are owned by Zionists, right? And they're too big to do anything about it. But what you could do is constantly post. And, you know, I said this earlier, if you post 100 videos and 1% makes it through, that's good enough. That's a victory. So you keep doing that. You keep posting. I mean, one of my most viral videos is me speaking to 2 IDF soldiers. They said they wanted to unalive all Palestinians and so on, and it was very disgusting. I'm sure a lot of people have seen that video. And that video, when I first posted it, received 0 views. I posted it maybe I counted, it was over 150 times I tried to post it. It was a span of maybe 4 days. I just tried posting. And then when I did make it through, it got 2 million views in an hour, taken down. I kept going, and it reached news channels. Thank you for the class, by the way. And then it reached, Russian news, Ru'ya TV wanted it. A lot of people wanted to use it. So you just got to keep going, and it'll happen. You'll eventually, break through. It might not happen overnight, but you just got to keep going. Don't give up. I mean, they want you to give up. They're trying to silence you to say, hey, okay, fine. It's not going to work. I'll just try something else. No, you just keep going. It'll happen.
Anything else?
Yeah, I mean, you gotta keep. If you have less than 10,000 followers on a platform, I don't want to hear you talking about, oh, I'm worried about losing my platform. 10,000, no offense, but talk to me when you have several 100,000 followers and you got things to really lose. But people need to really do more. Unfortunately, and you guys all know, there's a very bad habit of people co-opting the Palestinian cause that don't actually do anything online as influencers. They might be on TikTok live, talking, yapping, but they don't raise money. They don't post direct action flyers. And they'll be like, oh, I'm scared to lose my page. I don't want to post this thing about that happened in West Bank. A guy bullshit, all right? Bullshit, all right? You all have to do more. And we need to call people out that are like that, because at the end of the day, we need to be coming together and not worried about the consequences, because there's people dying every single day. And I can't live with myself if I know that I don't speak up. And more people in our community need to speak up. Yeah, that's all. I can say a lot more on it, but I'm just gonna cut it there.
I also want to add to that to say that it really isn't about the numbers. It really isn't. It's so easy to get caught up in the views, the followers, the likes that you have. But have any of you heard of the butterfly effect? Right? The butterfly effect is the theory that just the flutter of a butterfly wing can cause a chain of effects that changes the course of history. So when people come to me and say, hey, how can I make an impact? I have 5 followers. You don't know how that wave is going to ripple out, right, in the pond of your community, of your friends, of your families. You don't know how many people they could impact. But even more than that, right, everything is energy. Everything is the energy that we put out there into the world, right? We believe in Islam that the core of everything is al-niyya, the intention, right? And I think that's a universal concept. As long as you are making the choices that matter to you with the right intentions, that it's impossible for you not to reshare that story or to post that image or to talk about this event that's happening, right? That's all that matters at the end of the day, is you servicing your conscience as a human being that exists in the prism that we're in today. That's the role that you were chosen to have. That's your purpose. So it's all about making your purpose be actualized. And that is independent of any of the numbers, that's independent of any of the tactics that they're going to try to use on us to silence us, which I would have to agree is unavoidable. It's gonna happen. Every time we're on the right side of history, we're met with adversity, it's expected. Take that as a sign that you're doing the right thing. The harder they try to silence us, the more powerful we are.
Also, just to add something real quick, social media, it's so important because we need to amplify the voices of the people of Gaza, the people of the West Bank, because their stories are not being told. I get messages every day from people in Gaza, and every story is worse than the next, and we need to use our platforms to let their voices be heard, because they don't want to be forgotten. Someone who lost their was killed by IOF. They want their story told. They don't want to just be forgotten. So it's our duty, especially as Americans, the privilege that we have living here in America, to tell their stories and not be scared of the consequences.
Thank you. I mean, I think I want to get into there's this elephant in the room of social media censorship and the argument that's made when anti-Zionist content critical of Israel is put out there, is that it's anti-Semitic. We've seen, as you probably know, Meta recently announced a policy change where they're going to flag the word Zionist in posts. It's going to trigger the algorithm, right, as if you said
Wait,
Jew.
did you guys hear about this? They're censoring the word Zionism.
Yeah.
Creatures, that's what they are, creatures.
Thank you, Reba.
The-
Thank you, Reba.
So, but I want to ask about this, right? Because I think, I'm Jewish, Jacob's Jewish. Obviously, these words are not coterminous. Yeah, well, my mom's Jewish, my name's Chris. We can talk about it another time.
I thought I was by myself.
Yeah, no, I'm here. Listen. Yeah. But no, it's obviously true, right? I mean, it's not the same thing, and there's plenty of proud Jewish anti-Zionists. I count myself one of them. And so, but this is a real thing. I'm the moderator. You're not supposed to clap for me. This is a real thing, though, right? And I don't think we haven't seen the effects quite yet. It's a brand new policy, and it's not just on Meta, New York University. Sorry, I'm a lawyer, so I get, my brain is rotted. I get into these, legal things. New York University is doing the same thing. They're saying they added to their anti-discrimination policy the term Zionist or Zionism is a proxy for Jewish identity and will be used to punish students, including Jewish students, for their anti-Zionist activism critical of the state of Israel and genocide. I know what you think about the policy, but what do you think the effect of this is going to be? Are you worried about it impacting your content, especially Hamza? Your videos are you're dragging Zionists on your videos, right? So what are you worried about this? What do you think about this? How can we fight back against this?
No, I did hear about this, and I think it's still in the early stages, so we haven't really seen it take its full effect yet. I think it's probably going to happen soon, though. And I keep seeing Zionism being tied to Judaism, and that's really disgusting. And it's it's Israel's fault. It's Israel's using Judaism as their force field, as a weapon. They're weaponizing Judaism. They're genociding Gaza in the name of Judaism. But it has nothing to do with religion at all. But Zionism is imperialism. Zionism is fascism. Zionism is capitalism. Zionism is colonialism, right? And Zionism is racism. So to take that away from us, that's basically taking our ability to speak out about injustice in Palestine. So it's really disgusting. It's I don't know how it's going to affect my content, to be honest with you. I don't know. A lot of people, they use different terms for Zionists. She used creatures. Maybe do that. I really don't know. We'll see when the time gets closer. When this starts taking its full effect. But maybe we should start speaking about it now to get them to maybe turn that around. I'm not sure, but.
Yeah, that is just further protection to protect the status quo, and there's a serious self-victimization complex that especially as American Jews have, where they feel like, oh, anti-Semitism is up. Oh my God, I walked by a campus and they were saying, fuck Israel, this, that, and the third, when the people in Gaza literally can't walk the street safely. I made a viral video teaching Jews how to walk in New York City. Some of you guys might have seen it. And I did that video to ridicule Zionists, because you would think that they were getting attacked left and right, when we have actual cases here in America of racist sons of bitches, I'm using TikTok language, I'm so used to I'm saying unaliving, kill Palestinians here in America because of the fear-mongering. So we need to address the thing with Zionism as far as it being now a protective term. I like to call them Zio-Nazis personally, because they remind me of Nazis. But let's not. I'm not worried about tone policing. I'm gonna tell them to go screw. So I talk a little salty. I'm from New York. I'm trying not to be haram on the mic. But yeah, no. We just need to keep fighting back. And the college system, we're talking about college, they're in for a sweet treat, this college system, because the encampments are not going anywhere. They're gonna be stronger than ever, and we gotta support the students on campus.
Yeah, I have to add to that, because think about that for a second, right? They're censoring the word Zionism. What do they want us to call it then? What do you want us to call it? What do you want us to refer to then when we're talking about these atrocious policies, right? I think it's a result of the fact that social media has completely changed the language that people are using around Palestine now, right? Now we're calling it for what it is. We're calling it settler colonialism. We're calling it occupation. We're calling it genocide, the G word, okay? And now they want to take that away from us. They want to take the language even away from us, right? Because we know the distinction. We know our Jewish brothers and sisters tell us day in and day out there's a huge difference between Zionism and Judaism. Our Jewish brothers and sisters do not want to be equated with a genocide. And that's effectively what they're trying to do, right? Like, put that into perspective for a second, that the word Zionist is a protected term, like on the same level as black or queer, or all of these identities that are representative of individuals. The word Zionism, banning it is truly the equivalent of, say, I don't know, in World War II, banning the word Nazism. We gotta protect the feelings of Nazis. We gotta make sure that we're not discriminated against Nazis, okay? Like, that's what's going on right now. I'm just trying to put into perspective for you, like, how absolutely unfathomable and ridiculous this move is. And it gets worse, right? It's not only on social media, but universities, top universities in the world that have been the hotbeds of activism for the student movement of our generation, the largest student movement since the Vietnam War, are now adopting policies in their student codes of conduct. Literally, at NYU University, they revised the code of conduct to explicitly say Zionism. It doesn't list out any of the other protected identities, but it makes sure to list out Zionism, that this is a violation of student conduct if you say something that's offensive towards it, right? What is my answer to that? We have to push back harder. We cannot allow them to take the language away from us. We're calling it what it is. For the first time in history, the largest amount of people in the public are mobilizing because we're calling it what it is. And we're not gonna stop just because they wanna, it's literally like they're trying to rewrite history on us. They're literally gaslighting us right before our eyes and trying to feed us something completely untrue as fact and shove it down our throats. And we have to reject it on all fronts.
You know, this is nothing new, guys. Y'all heard that bullshit Israeli hummus? This isn't new. They've been stealing your words. They've been stealing our culture. They've been stealing our food. They've been stealing everything. So it should not surprise you that they want to steal the one last word that they can't have anyone take down. The answer is you just have to be better. You have to be so good that they cannot ignore you. And if this word doesn't work, then try another one, because it's not going to end there. Just keep going. Get better and better and better, and eventually they will believe that you are better too.
I also wanted to say, those who experience Zionism are the ones that should be able to define the word. They are the oppressors are not the ones to define Zionism. Those who are feeling it, the Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza and the 1948 areas, they are the ones who define it.
And also, real quick, the only time I've ever been a victim of an anti-Semitic hate crime has been when Zionists have literally attacked me for supporting Palestine. I shit you not. I was like, this is ironic that the first time I'm a victim of hate crimes is for supporting Palestine. Wallahi, that is insane.
That point right there just rings home. It's the only time I've ever been called an anti-Jewish slur was by a Zionist. The only time.
The Muslim Girl did a bunch of interviews with Columbia University protesters, which, by the way, that entire Columbia University movement was led by Jewish students, first and foremost. And among the Jewish students that we interviewed, most of them said the only lack of safety they felt on campus came from the Jewish professors that were putting their academic studies at risk because of their activism.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I think it's a difficult position we're in, right? Because all of these things are true. We know them to be true. But this isn't, this isn't the government doing this, right? If the government does this, I'm going to file a lawsuit. And I'm probably going to win the lawsuit. It's like the law is clear. I mean, this is just not. It's protected speech. You don't have First Amendment rights on Meta platforms. It's not a government actor. So they're making these changes. I hear the point, right? Like, just keep doing it. Just keep doing it. But I think, what do you think is going to make these companies listen to this pushback, right? And I think you guys are uniquely suited to
BDS, boycott, sanction. Yeah. So I think boycotting is really important, and that's what we've been doing. We saw Starbucks lose billions of dollars. Alhamdulillah. Same thing with McDonald's. Same thing with Coca-Cola and a lot of other brands. McDonald's actually, I think they took their stores out of Israel after everything.
They sold they're still in Israel. They sold their franchises though, so it's
yeah, of course. But they're doing something that they wouldn't have done if boycotts didn't happen, right? Same thing with. Starbucks' CEO got fired, I think, for the billions of dollars being lost. I don't know. It's making change for sure. And I think we just got to do that more. We just got to keep boycotting. And I'm sure you guys have a lot to say, so I'll let you guys go. But yeah, boycott.
Yeah, I think boycotting is the way we make Israel fall is through the economy. Their economy is already in free fall. Because let's be honest, I hate to say it, but the American government is not going to save Palestine. Harris, Trump, it's going to be the same. They're both going to be killing Palestinians every day. It's not going to be from them. So we need to make them hit. And the only thing that America respects is the almighty dollar. So that's where we have to hit them the hardest, is in the pocketbooks. And we need to have unity and stand against these companies that do business with Israel, because they're lying every step of the way, but they are falling apart. Businesses are pulling money out of them. They don't want to do events there anymore. It's going to go the same route as South Africa. Unfortunately, a lot of people have to die between today and when there is a free Palestine. But we are in the right movement, and we just got to keep our foot on the gas and not let up on these bastards.
Yeah, and I think that then extends to social media platforms, right? I'm sure we can all agree that it's unrealistic to say we're all gonna boycott all these social media platforms. I mean, we have attempted to found new ones. New social media networks over the years have continued to pop up and compete with the titans that are out there. But the fact of the matter is that the social media networks, the primary ones that exist right now, and especially Meta, they're only going to continue to grow and get bigger. I think that it necessitates us now to draw the line. The thing is that we're in a very fresh territory, right? If we think about social media in the trajectory of time, we're still at the very early ages of social media. This is where that change has to be established. This is where those red lines have to be created. Right now, I'm particularly interested in the intersection of human rights and social media, and what the relationship is with each other, how they're connected, how social media can be utilized for that end to protect human rights online. But you gotta hit them where it hurts, right? And we all know that money talks. I think that if advertisers start pulling out from social media networks as a result of the censorship, that's kind of the direction that we have to go in order to start reeling these social media platforms back. We saw this, the tip of the iceberg of this happen when Elon Musk acquired Twitter. Obviously, then eventually a bunch of those advertisers ended up coming back and things like that. But at the very beginning, it was a crisis that Twitter was experiencing. And I think that that's something that can be replicated. But it really is on the people to drive that pressure up. It really does come down to the people, right? And we can't be silent. I think the most dangerous part is when we start to accept that censoring and we just say this is the way of life. That, I think, is where it becomes dangerous. But we are in a very optimistic point right now, I would say. It's a very hopeful place to be in. This is the most hopeful of a time that there ever will be for us to put in place the changes the red lines that we want to see, those standards that we want to establish, it has to happen now. So, I mean, especially for all of the young people in the audience, I really want to encourage you to think outside of the box. Don't be afraid to get innovative, because a lot of the answers that we're seeking right now have not even been penned yet. You could be the one to pen them. When I first graduated from undergrad, I will never forget, this is before Muslim Girl started gaining a following, before it became the success that it is today. But when I was in undergrad, I was telling the director of like a huge master's program that I was interested in about Muslim Girl, about this blog. And I'll never forget that this academic laughed in my face and said, "You want to come to an Ivy school like this to talk about a blog? All of these professors are going to laugh in your face." And now, a few short years later, I'm studying my master's at Oxford University in the top human rights law program in the world about the intersection of human rights and social media. So if that conversation doesn't exist yet, you can be the one to literally create that conversation. Don't be afraid. Like, there are no ceilings right now.
I feel like the word activism has changed in meaning a lot over the past year. And one thing I want to point out is that the people that are on this stage have all been doing something for many years before they became activists. So millions of followers through doing gaming videos, Hollywood actor, 10 years on social media with Muslim Girl. I had a firm that I started from the trunk of my car, and a couple of clients came my way. We've been doing things for many, many years, and it's not that it was just an overnight success. It took 15 years to become this overnight success. And we have this saying in Arabic, الناس بس بيوقفوا مع الحيط الواقف, which translates, people only stand up with you when they see that you've already been built. And so if you haven't built anything worthy of us supporting, then what makes you think that people are going to come in droves? And I don't want to point specifically at any one person, but I promise you, every single one of you has a skill that you can utilize to help support people that believe in the same things that you believe in. And so, if you see people that you support, that you like, support them. Don't be stingy with that follow button. Don't be stingy with that like. Don't be stingy with that comment. That's the bare minimum. I promise you, we've been doing this for 10 years, and you're just now starting to see us. And maybe, just maybe, we can turn the tide a little bit. Don't be stingy with that like, and don't be stingy with that money. If people support you, you support them. If they believe in what you believe in, then you support them. It's as simple as that. But remember, you have to accomplish something first. You have to show us that you're going to put in the effort. Because activism with no real substance is like a dog with no bite. It's just bark. And there's a time and place for barking. But when I can tell you that, inshallah, this year in November, I'm going to host a summit, and I'm going to invite all the lawyers that I possibly can get to this event, and I'm going to donate every single dollar of ticket sales to Gaza. And my brother can put a sign up that says, "No Zionists allowed," and we're going to shove that success down your throat. I promise you, you have nothing to lose.
And before we move on from that point, co-sign on not being stingy with the funds, okay? Because as a community, if we want to be self-sustainable, if we want to rely on our own devices, and we want to tell our narratives for ourselves, we have to support one another, right? And mashallah, like the Arab American community is a very affluent one, you know? And a lot of the innovation is coming from young people that need that intergenerational support. For some of us on stage, some of our platforms get more views than traditional media networks that have millions and even billions of dollars behind them. So this is where your support should be. This is what our communities should be financially backing. This is what we should be finding any resource within our capabilities to put behind these types of initiatives, because independent media is the direction that we're headed in, right? So if we don't want to be placed in a position where we are relying on external platforms to report our stories or to tell those stories for us, then we have to be able to rely on ourselves.
Yeah, and I just want to add to that and maybe tie it back to boycotting just a little bit. You know, don't be stingy with that follow for sure. And I think more importantly, follow those who are showing Palestine support. Make it something that people want to post about as well, you know? And I think, you know, we talked about we can't boycott Instagram and social media because they're really big, but how about we go after the biggest people on those platforms and, you know, make it something that they want to post about, where we'll follow them, we'll comment, we'll engage with them if they do post about it, right? So make it something people want to do. And if you do see someone talk about Palestine, once again, do not be stingy with that follow, that like, that comment, and more people will do it. It'll be something that people want to post.
And just real quick to add, because I know we're running low on time. For me personally, like I've been very active. I've been going to rallies every week. I post content. But at the same time, it reached a point where I felt like I was hitting a wall. Like there's only so many rallies and things that I could go to before I need to roll up my sleeves and get some skin in the game. And that's why I was motivated to go out to Egypt to help refugees from Gaza, because everyone needs to do more. Everyone needs to do more. Posting is great, yes, but we need to take it from the digital world and bring it into the real world. People need to be taking to the streets. Of course, the protests and things like that, it's not going to save people right away in Gaza, but this is a cumulative thing. This is going to take decades. This is going to take our entire lifetime. For as long as Zionism has existed, it might take just as long to free Palestine. So everyone, yes, keep posting, but also take to the fucking streets.
I apologize to everyone for this language. You know, I'd be remiss, before I turn it over to them for closing remarks, just on this question of boycott and the size of these companies. You know, I challenge everyone here. I'm a good socialist, and you all should be too. You know, these companies we've ceded that they are allowed to be this size. We should not only be talking about what these companies are doing, but whether companies like this should be allowed to exist. They have more power than countries do, right? More control over our lives than countries do. I also promised someone in the audience, real quick, plug. There are Meta employees that are internally standing up and former employees. So just a quick flag, there's on Instagram, Meta Stop Censoring Palestine. There are people, even on the inside, that are really agitating for this and trying to do what they can to dismantle these places, like dismantle them in their policies, but also we have to start advocating for regulatory action. We have Lina Khan, right? Like there are folks, right, they have these ideas and they're doing that. We've got to show that support and we've got to start talking about it. So anyway, you know, break up the companies. Quickly, because these people want to go home. You know, 2 minutes. Closing remarks. What do you think? Leave us with something. Wisdom. You're going first. I made eye contact. Never mind, Jacob can go first. I don't know, whoever you want.
I'll go first.
You go first.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, you know, we spoke a lot about censorship, a lot about boycotting, and I think we just have to, once again, I know it's easier said than done, but we got to keep going. We got to keep talking about it. We got to keep posting, and do not give up. I mean, dude, this has been going on for far longer than 11 months. You know, this is just 11 months of this current genocide, right? This has been going on for 76 years. You know, of occupation, oppression, humiliation, of apartheid, of genocide. To the Palestinian people, and the least we could do, the absolute least we could do is post about it, is talk about it, is boycott, and honestly, you're saving money that way anyway, so just do it. And you know, these videos, don't forget, these videos are seen by people in Gaza, and this also gives them hope, you know, like, oh wow, people are actually listening, and people are actually seeing what we're going through, and this will keep their hopes high, and inshallah, we will see a free Palestine from the river to the sea.
I just want to say thank you to ADC for inviting me on here on the panel. I'll also be speaking on Sunday at the rally. Just to your earlier point, Muslim Girl, the people that are on the ground, we need to be raising money for them. You guys see a bunch of charities out there in the lobby. I hope everyone donates something that they can to them, because we have people on the ground. Like the organization I'm working with, East Inspires, other groups on the ground, they have the people on the ground. They just need the funding. You know, we need money for clothing, for food, for rental. We need to give people some type of humanity that we're helping. And inshallah, hopefully one day I'll be able to get into Gaza, deliver aid directly. But for right now, I'm going to do as close as I can being on the ground. And unfortunately, it takes, in this world of social media, it takes someone that people know from social media for me to physically be on the ground and stand next to a child of Gaza whose parents were killed, for people to to care about this. So keep fighting the fight. I thank you all. Thank you so much for embracing me, especially when I've been sort of ostracized by my Jewish community for standing up for Palestine. And I really do appreciate all of you, and I love you all. Thank you so much.
If there's one thing that I want to leave everyone with, it's to believe in your voice. Do not measure yourself by the superficial standards of the times that we live in. Think about the bigger picture. Every single one of you exists right here, right now, for a reason. Out of all of the decades throughout time in which you could have existed, and all of the places that you could have lived, you belong to a community that is at the center of some of the most tumultuous political questions of our time. And you exist right in the belly of the beast where those questions are coming from. Every single one of us has the choice to be an ambassador. Every single one of us has the resources and the power to affect change. And it's up to you to decide if you believe in your own voice and in your own potential. The choice is in your hands, and it's up to you what you do with it.
Oh, real quick before you finish. At the end of this, I want to do a really quick TikTok with all of you guys when we're done. So don't go anywhere. As soon as we're done, it's going to take like 60 seconds, 2 minutes. Okay, you guys down for that? Okay, all right, cool. All right, go on, sorry.
I just got to say I'm very proud and honored to be sharing this stage with my Jewish brothers. And when people say that you're anti-Semitic, it's, well, first, I love myself. If anything, I'm a pro-Semite. I'm more Semitic than you are. But to echo a lot of the points that have already been said, I think one piece of advice I can give you is it's okay to fake it till you make it. It's okay if you have to copy other people before you find your voice. I can tell you, I will assure you that I have met and I'm friends with some of the wealthiest, most powerful people in America, and they are faking it too. They're all faking it. The only difference is confidence. The only difference is that they're so confident in what they're doing and what they believe in that they will make you believe them. That's the only difference. And so if you haven't gotten that confidence yet, you get confidence through repetition. You get confidence through practice. If you do martial arts, or if you work out, or if you have been studying for an exam, through repetition, through doing all of those questions over and over and over again, you get better and you build that confidence. And in the beginning you think, well, I'm just faking it. When I came up with the CEO lawyer name, I had just graduated, I was barely a lawyer, and I definitely wasn't a CEO. But I went with it, and I just kept going, and the name finally stuck. So here's my advice. You don't have to do videos. I can't do the same types of videos and the same type of content as my colleagues here. I can't, it's not my personality. I've tried doing one dance video before. My wife said it was embarrassing, I had to take it down, okay? So my thing is just Twitter. You know, my brother and I are English majors. I graduated with an English degree, minored in Spanish and Chinese. I like writing. By the way, shameless plug. I wrote a book. It's called The Laws of Victory. There are some life lessons that I've learned along the way. Every single dollar of book sales will be donated to Gaza, inshallah. So I'd appreciate your support. They'll be shipping out in November, inshallah. But fake it until you make it. Look at the content that other people are doing, and if it's something that you can emulate, and it starts with sharing their posts, and then you can share their style. And eventually, after doing 50 or 100 or a couple of hundred of these types of posts, you start finding your own voice. And then it kind of becomes this sort of rhythm that you have. Every one of them has their own content style. I was just talking to my brother Khaled Beydoun earlier. He's got a very unique content style. You know when you see a Khaled Beydoun post. You know what I mean? It's got the black background, it's got the red letters that come out, Times New Roman, size 16 font with a picture, date, and the day number. I'm like, that shit is gangster. That's his style. And that's what he does. And so you don't have to go out of your way and create a type of video, create something that you're super uncomfortable with. First, just repost the stuff that you like. And then slowly start incorporating their style, other people's style. And after a while, you'll start incorporating a little bit more of your own personality, your own private touch to it. And eventually you'll have your own identity and your own brand on social media. That's my advice to you, is don't be scared. It might look intimidating when there's people that have tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of followers. It started with one. And if you want to just put things into perspective again, the next time you post a video and you have 100 views, 200 views, just look around you right now. Just look around. Behind you, around you, in front of you. That's what 100 or 200 people looks like. Imagine every single time you post, you have this audience in front of you that's paying attention and watching. So when you think of it that way, don't underestimate the 3 likes, the 5 comments, the 20 views. It's okay. But with consistency, over and over again, incorporating your brand and your identity, you will break through, I promise you. Inshallah, we will see a Palestine that is free in the near future.
Yeah. One last thing. I'm so sorry. He's annoyed. I have a monologue. No, but just to add to that, I think it's really important to take advantage of every single social media platform as well. Don't just try an Instagram. Doesn't work, you give up. Try YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, everything. Something will work.
Before Jacob does his video, just thank you all for allowing me to fake being a moderator for tonight, and thank them, please, for emerging from their phones to come grace us with their wisdom. I
do want to just make one quick announcement, because I'm doing the thing tomorrow morning.
Suhaila's going to kill me, but sure.
Guys, I ordered 1,200 custom T-shirts for this event just to give them away to everyone. They're free. Also, anyone who's wearing a CEO lawyer shirt tomorrow will be randomly picked to get $1,000 cash from the stage. So I hope to see you all tomorrow morning at my speech at 9 a.m. Just grab a T-shirt on the way there, please, inshallah.
Well, now that's a hot ticket tomorrow. Before Jacob does his video, I just need to make a couple of announcements, since you're all here and I want to catch you while you are. Please make sure you come early tomorrow. We need to start the program on time. We have a very
No Arabic
full day.
timing, all right?
No
Arabic
Arabic time.
all right?
We gave some leeway today.
Jewish timing, all right?
Right? So please get here on time. Doors will open at 8. There will be menaish, tea from Haraz, and coffee. And I need to say a huge thank you, because I don't think we truly understand the impact that these individuals and all of those who are on social media are making. They are changing the way the world is viewing our community, the way the world is viewing Palestine, and they are really making a significant change. And they have come here out of their own volition. We didn't stalk anybody. We didn't reach out and beg someone to be here. They really wanted to be a part of this opportunity, because they know they have a platform that can be utilized to share the work that not only each one of them are doing, but what these organizations are doing and the other leaders who are on stage throughout the weekend have been accomplishing. This is our chance to continue to elevate them and the work that they're doing. It is very important, and I think for many of us who are older in the crowd, and that includes myself, I never thought in my lifetime that I would turn to TikTok for the news. To the fact that I don't even watch news anymore. I'm only watching it on social media, and I'm watching it through the eyes of these leaders. So please make sure that you're supporting them and sharing their work, because their work is very important during this time in our life. So again, please be here early tomorrow. There is a shuttle service. It should have been emailed to all of you.
Stay seated.
And please stay seated because Jacob has to make a TikTok.
Yes. Okay, really quick. We're going to make this really quick. So the video is going to be when you're not Arabi and you speak Arabic. So basically, I'm going to say three. First, I'm going to be like, Inshallah. And I want you guys, yay, yay, yay. I put my hand up. You stop. All right? Then I'll be like, Wallahi, yay, yay. Stop. And then the last one is going to be Hurrah Palestina. And then everybody get a big round of applause. Okay? You guys got that? We're clear on that? All right. Y'all ready? So I need y'all to be quiet. So it's very clear. So remember, when I raise my hand, that's when you stop clapping. All right? Are you ready? Can you stand up? We want to be able to see. Yeah. So you stand on the last one, on the third one I say Hurrah Palestina. Yeah. So do you see everyone here? So when they're cheering, go back and forth with it. All right? All right. Ready? Roll the camera. Rolling and action. Inshallah. Wallahi. Hurrah Palestina! Palestina, hurrah! Free Palestine, let's go, chat. You guys did amazing. Thank you so much. We got a viral video right there. I'll see y'all tomorrow, inshallah.
Ladies and gentlemen, on your way out, if you are interested in participating in the American Arab Chamber of Commerce's East-West Mazza Fest at the registration table, conference attendees get $5 off of the ticket. It allows you to have access to 40+ restaurants this evening in Dearborn that are providing tastings as well as items that are discounted. Again, they are the chamber is at the registration table where you can purchase those wristbands and enjoy the food of Dearborn. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.